Welcome to the Salty Dragon Tavern. Thanks for the raid, guys.
I'm frustrated.
There's a few of our players who haven't turned up. That's part of the reason why we haven't actually started out yet. So yeah, but hi. How you doing?
Hey, I just realised I've chosen all lightning or thunder themed spells.
For your magic and shit.
Yeah. So I really am Cocaine Kitty. Gotta go fast.
I'm renaming you Sanic.
Sanic.
Yep.
So my spell cast bonus is a +4 for a touch spell of Shocking Grasp.
Sounds about right.
Does that count when it's run through my familiar? Because it says it's cast as if you were casting it.
Yeah, I believe it is.
So Kitty only has a +4 to hit.
Yeah.
That's shit.
Well, it's expected though.
Bullshit.
What are you doing?
Taking it in the head.
Yes, we do this in a garage, and yes.
And we ordered McDonald's.
Yeah. I'm hungry.
And you might want to drop that a little more.
What?
Drop it like it's hot.
It's only daytime because of daylight savings. which is actually ending this month.
Is it?
Well, it always goes for 6 months, so January, February, March. Yeah, it'll be ending at the
No,
end of
I'm
the month.
saying it is daylight savings.
Yeah. We get daylight savings during summer.
They actually gave me straws this time. Here you go. I'm going to give you one of my precious straws.
Oh, mate, this is a commodity. I don't know what to do with this kind of responsibility.
Oh, sell it and get some toilet paper.
Yeah.
Mate.
Actually, probably that's a very good thing because we're probably got a whole heap of Americans on watching.
Oh yeah. So, coronavirus panic in Australia.
I'm sure they've seen the memes.
Yeah, for some reason in Australia, people have decided this means we need to stockpile toilet paper. Why toilet paper? I have no idea. But
Oh, it's not just toilet paper, there's a major one.
toilet paper is pretty much sold out in every store from here to the centre of Melbourne.
Yeah.
You just can't get toilet paper.
And in Sydney and all along the coast.
Yep,
basically.
everywhere.
Everywhere.
You just can't get toilet paper.
Also, the
anymore.
other things that they also purchased was like hand sanitizers and stuff like that. So they basically emptied out that area.
The whole thing is just so ridiculously stupid, though,
But
because
you know what else? You know what else also got sold out for some unknown reason? Of all of the possible things you could possibly buy, pasta.
Yeah.
yeah, that's not surprising.
It's all long-lasting foods, like baked beans and stuff have also been getting sold out.
No, the others are coming. This is that they are very late.
So, the reason this is so fucking stupid is because yesterday alone, the flu, if we go by average flu kills around this time of year, killed more people in a single day
You can.
than coronavirus has since it was discovered.
Yeah.
It's like,
Massive panic.
it's not panic time yet. Like, yes, it's a new virus that we don't have immunities for, that we don't have a
Yeah, but also
virus or anything,
what-
but its actual infection protocol is only like, it's got an infection factor of 4.
I thought it was 2 last
2?
time I looked, yeah.
Maybe they've updated it, but that's like so fucking low. Like,
Yeah, it's,
it means you basically need to kiss someone with it to get it, or have them cough directly on you.
and it's also dumb because, like, most of the people who have been infected by it have been made full recoveries. It's
Yeah,
the only people who are
recoveries.
dying from it are people who have low immune systems already or elderly.
Well, I'm pretty sure no one under the age of 50 has died from it yet.
There has been a few, but they've all been because of previous immune deficiencies. So, logical, actual reasons.
Here we go. Apparently, it only hits old men.
I tell you what, it's all craziness that's happening, and it's just stupidity of the general public that's happening. But the memes that were coming out of it.
Have you seen? There are legitimately skill testers.
Oh,
with
there you
toilet roll
go.
in it.
You have a 0.2% fatality rate if you are under 39. That basically means that unless you currently have cancer, you're going to be okay.
It's probably going to be the cancer that kills you. Not it?
Yeah.
Yeah, literally, there's been the claw machine games with toilet rolls in it.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
pretty
I love
fun.
the stuff.
I wanted to do a fake video of like a drug deal going down. It's like,
Oh, there's already some
man,
of those going about.
man, I need the good stuff. What? You want me to wipe my ass with single ply? I need 3-ply quilted, you piece of shit.
Quilton. There's even chaser sites going out of Quilton now releases its new relaxing lavender and aloe vera range in the hopes that it will get people to calm the fuck down.
Yeah. I've seen another one where it had like someone's installed this like rotary brush. It's all using a drill. I'm not talking about like a soft brush either. I'm talking like one of those like garden sort of hose washer type.
Oh my god. No, the problem is, and it always will be, is the Murdoch media.
Oh yeah.
They know it sells you newspapers, creating a panic, so they're happy to make a panic. And that's why the
they're
people
trying
panicking are people who
They're
are
trying to distract everyone from the
over
fact that they
60.
fucked up massively on the fire.
Oh yeah, this is just to overshadow the fires. Yeah, this is not the new thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, I would prefer we don't talk politics too much.
I would prefer we have a politics stream.
I would love to actually have a politics room though. But it's different though for this because when you're talking politics, you've really got to sort of pay attention to the fact you're not just in Australia. So because you got to have American politics, and if you got the Europeans jumping on, then there's like some weird sort of politics going depending on which
Well,
country
I don't
you are.
even-
You can get rid of the Europeans, or at least the British are saying Brexit.
They've already
They'll
Brexited
leave.
that, yeah.
So,
But I tell you what would be really I think what would be a good
I can't
channel-
believe that went through. It's going to be so interesting seeing what happens in.
a no deal Brexit too, which is interesting.
Well, it's no deal by proxy. I mean, yes, it's no deal, but there's still a placeholder vision.
That's
So
true,
they
yeah.
technically haven't even left the EU yet, because they've left the EU in name only until those placeholder deals run out. On the day those placeholder deals run out, they've got the option of basically continuing them, in which case it stays Brexit in name only.
Yeah.
Which is probably the most likely situation, because cancelling those deals will, well, it's economic suicide for an entire country.
I went to because I went to the city the other day, through the CBD, and a lot of their tram stops have a lot of posters for basically making new trade deals with Britain. And like there were hundreds of them. I was surprised at how many. They're really pushing to try and get new trade deals and new business and stuff like that outside of the European.
Oh yeah,
Union.
they're in trouble. But even Morrison's gotten up and said it's a great thing and all of this sort of shit. And the reason he's doing that is just so that,
Morrison's a moron.
well, he can prop up our simultaneously failing economy that's in the worst state that it's ever been in, including global financial crisis, and claim that we're in a surplus. Great. We're in a surplus.
Yeah, we're in a surplus because they didn't put any money towards the bloody fire relief or
Or
anything.
anything.
Amir said he's also running late. Amber's doing a dance thing tonight.
She won't be here tonight.
Yeah, she won't be here tonight.
Or if she is, she'll be very late.
We'll just drag her corpse around. What?
About the truth of the matter. I think it almost happened last week. No, it did happen. She did go down.
I don't think you'd let Amber die.
I want Amber to die
Why?
because she can't.
Why?
Because out of all of the people within the group who has the most advantage from dying is Amber, because she's a zealot of the barbarian. Basically means if she dies, the cleric comes in, revivifies, and costs absolutely nothing, and she gets back up again.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Assuming that we can do it.
It's such a broken, bloody thing. I actually am not a fan of that part of D&D, how easy it is to bring someone back from death.
It's always been a part of D&D though.
The death mechanics for 5th edition, though, are
Very, very...
pretty lax.
They are.
Yeah.
I mean, you never had Revivify in third.
I was going to say,
style.
third edition was much harder to come back to life.
Yeah, but
Much
I mean,
easier to die.
the only way anyone can actually die now is if either A, it's Christian, or... Right, it's true.
True.
Look, legitimately,
B, it's
the
a
only
party
way that
wipe.
the only way that happened was because we split the party.
Yeah, or B, it's a party wipe. And all of that, I find that, I don't know. I think it's I think it's a little bit too lax, if anything. Which is saying something, because I don't criticise 5th Ed rules much. I really think they're the pinnacle of most role-playing game rules. They've really gone through a lot of renditions and got it working pretty fucking clean. Yeah, sure, there's definitely some quirks in there that are like, okay. But for the most part, they're pretty clean rules. I mean, other than the fact that you can make a fucking coffee lock that never sleeps and only short rests and has infinite spell slots. But I mean, that's looking for abuses of rules. If you're not looking for an abuse of rule, they're pretty clean.
Yeah, that's true. There's some very interesting combos out there you can definitely pull out, and some of them are definitely more overpowered than others.
Well, the coffee lock is a single coffee lock would outclass our party at the same level quite easily.
The thing is that it didn't really matter which edition you played. There was always something like that. I probably the only edition that kind of didn't do that would have been probably your very first edition.
Yeah, but that's because in First Ed there wasn't like any chance of getting that powerful in the first place.
Yeah, I know, but it's also because a lot of the things were locked in. So like doing multi-class rules for multi-class were very different.
I actually do miss the rules of 3rd edition's multiclassing.
What was that?
Bit more restrictive. You couldn't just, I'm going to do it. You had to have prerequisites for a lot more things to go into a lot of them, all the prestige classes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I also miss prestige classes. I
enjoyed
they
them.
were fantastic.
What was prestige classes?
So what happens?
If you multi-classed into, like, say, a fighter cleric, then you could prestige class into something that was a specific combination of fighter cleric. But you could only ever do that if you were multi-classed into fighter cleric.
No, it wasn't. Oh, yeah. In that case, what you're talking about, yeah. But there wasn't always. It's kind of like It was kind of like a different version of multi-classing. But the multi-classing you're going into, you have a lot of prerequisites. Some of them were just based on level.
Some of them were certain spells you had to have,
or certain levels of spells.
Some were certain alignments. Like one of the prestige classes was a fallen paladin, so you had to be a lawful good paladin who fell from grace. That was the only way you could actually take that thing. And they had some fucking amazing necrotic powers. Like, they were really, really powerful.
But I personally think that paladins as a whole, this is something that
I've never liked the paladin class.
yeah, me too. And I think
they've taken too much away from fighter and cleric.
yeah.
It's literally pointless to play them if you've got a paladin in the class in the campaign.
One of the
In my
biggest,
personal opinion.
one of the clerical outclass the paladin.
I'm not sure anymore. Like,
One of the
Look, they've
reasons-
given specialities to each of the other
I
two to
hate
try and bring it
anything-
back in 5th, but in 3.5, if you had a paladin, there was no point having a cleric or a fighter.
I hate anything that locks you into a specific character build, and that's what Paladin does. The character can't develop or adapt. For example, if they meet a plot point that turns out that their god's way is just not right, they have to accept that they're going to lose 90% of their powers. And it's like, I'm sorry, it's not rewarding creativity,
But technically
which is
the
what I
cleric's in
think
the same-
D&D should do.
Technically, cleric's in the same boat.
Yes and no. It's not specifically written in that it's so much.
Because all of their powers are also given by their god.
Well, yeah,
The domain.
but I mean, it's not as commonly thought of as removing a cleric's powers as it is removing a paladin's powers.
Paladin is still better than what it was in 3.5.
Yeah.
And the
Oh,
fact
yeah,
that
much better.
in 3.5, if you had to be lawful good to be a paladin.
which
If
is
you went
ridiculous.
from lawful good, you
same with
immediately
rangers.
lost your
They had to-
powers,
You had to be at least good for a ranger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
which just doesn't make sense. But
Well, I mean, let's face it, as we've previously discussed,
Chris.
the entire alignment system just does not work. It's
Nah, it doesn't. No.
It only worked in the earlier editions because there were certain rules that actually affected it. There are no rules in this current edition that actually affect alignment whatsoever. So what's the point?
because
Of
they've
having...
realised it's a stupid thing.
Yeah.
I mean, because everything can be
It's up to
arguably a lawful good action.
That's the thing.
Murder is a lawful good action
everything
if done
is
in the right context.
up to interpretation, and it is
And that's
too blurry
the problem.
between them, and they just don't
This
make
is
sense.
part of the reason why I don't like the subclasses, or at least the naming of the subclasses. Perhaps more, not so much the classes themselves. Like a swashbuckler, which is a rogue subclass.
Does not need to be played like a swashbuckler and shouldn't be.
Exactly right, and not only that, there's nothing wrong with actually your wizard being a swashbuckler.
Yeah.
You know, he just like
Or behaving like a swashbuckler.
behaving like a swashbuckler. There is no reason why a mage couldn't be an assassin.
And that's one of the things that I hate about the archetype of bards. Bards, you could play a bard that's totally autistic and he just happens to be inspiring in a certain way. You could play a bard that is literally
Antisocial.
Forrest Gump. You could play Forrest Gump as a bard. Because he is totally an inspiring character just for what he accomplishes, right? But as a character, he's not witty, he's not smart, he's not deft
I
of tongue.
think
he's
that's
not...
also the misconception, because so many people I see who play a bard play the generic cookie cutter. I'm gonna sleep with everything.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate
And
it.
it's just
I hate that part.
so dumb. Like, that is not even what the lore of bards even says that they are.
One of the bard concepts I had actually for laughing. It's like there was a period of time when if I was ever thinking about joining the North, I had a character I was going to call Halfdan Halfaxe. And the idea behind his story is that he was a skald, and he basically goes around telling epic stories about everyone in the warband. So my whole thing would be, I'd spend one of their nights, like on Thor's Night or Thursday or something like that, and just going on and making up bullshit epic stories about everyone I can possibly think of. And that's the type of bard that I would have been for them. And I was like, had so many cool ideas.
I think that's the other thing I rarely ever see as well from bards is most of the bards I see. I'm the best. I'm so good. I'm like, but your inspiration thing is you giving inspiration to the party. So the way I love to see, and I rarely ever see a bard played, is telling stories about the other players, like you said, doing stuff about the rest of the party. They are bolstering the party, not themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, look at what's his name, Jaskier from
Jaskier.
Jaskier. I haven't watched it
From The Witcher.
from The Witcher.
Such a great character build, though.
But I mean,
he's about bringing the Witcher up and stuff like that, and giving the Witcher.
He doesn't really talk much about himself. He's all about, hey, this guy's amazing. You need to do stuff for this guy. Or even Brave Sir Robin's parts. Like,
Brave Sir Robin.
It's great.
Brave Sir Robin, so bravely ran away.
Did not.
Dingo Hunter, throw the fucking coin.
Also, most overhyped song ever.
I know it is,
like,
but still.
It's actually not a good song, and
I like it.
I will fight anyone who disagrees with me there.
I like it. Yes, it's simplistic.
The chorus is catchy. The rest of the song is actually pretty crap, to be honest.
It doesn't matter though. If it's achieved its objective.
Oh look, it's achieved its objective, don't get me wrong.
You can't make everyone happy. And
But everyone is so obsessed with this, and I'm just like...
So, apparently... I was wondering why it said that all of my weapons now do thunder damage. It's because it's incorporated Booming Blade into each of them.
Yeah.
That's sick.
What's that noise?
Nan's watching something with bagpipes playing.
Yeah.
Now it says 1d8 or 2d8, but I'm pretty sure it's higher because I'm level 8.
No, it'll be 1d8 for
it's level 11.
Yes. Level 11's the next one.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because it works differently to a lot of the other cantrips. So like your if you've got the Shocking Grasp, that will should automatically be doing either 2d6 or 2d8. I can't remember off the top of my head. But the thunder, the Booming Blade will only do, because when you first get it, it does no extra damage on your attack, but just does d8 damage when they move on their following turn.
Yeah, and then it adds 1d8 to each of them.
Yeah.
It's a pretty sweet single.
It is a very sweet one, especially if you're swashbuckling.
Oh, it's the swashbuckler
I know.
spell.
You basically you just go in, do your Booming Blade, and then just get the hell out of there. And if they've got no one else and they're a melee type character, well, they have to move to do something. Or Misty Step.
Pretty sure. No, you're right. Misty Step doesn't trigger.
Yeah, there's quite a few things that doesn't trigger it. Oh, finally they arrive.
Where's that?
Ali's not here. She's doing a dance thing tonight.
Is this it?
Nah, Mick's coming as well.
It's just gonna be late. Yeah.
Or should we start then?
No, we've still got a few minutes.
I can't snowball.
Still got a few minutes.
You're gonna be on that big table all by your lonesome.
So what's happened? Have I missed anything? Actually, hang on. Let's do a recap outside with a cigarette so that we don't harass the stream with recap.
I was gonna say, you missed out on Volkir going slightly fucking homicidal.
Oh, that's unusual.
No, this was bad. What?
Nothing.
He threatened to destroy the Crystal City.
No,
no one threatens that.
I'm not talking about that. I did that on purpose because I figured that would rile you up.
Oh yeah. I'm like, destroy the Crystal City, eh?
I saw that you melted the Zavar.
I literally went, okay, that's how you feel. Touching cast light on someone that's got like 12 health. level 4 city slot. It's the end of the battle anyway. You don't fight
Because you didn't metal anyway.
You were literally down for the rest of the
Is this a new set of dice or is it the same one as before? You had a chip in them from before, didn't you?
There's chips in these ones, unfortunately. And I sent them an email about it and said, oh, you know, what can you do? And they're like, well, we're out of stock of those at the moment. When we get back in stock, we'll tell you. I'm like, cool, that's good enough. One set is the other set that I picked up at PAX from the random bag, and the glow in the dark ones come from Luke.
Okay, yeah.
Same as this dice board's from him as well.
I don't remember what it was. Demon.
So just
What was the thing that we were fighting, the big bad, last night? It was a
You
demon,
were
wasn't
fighting
it?
a demon. No, a devil, actually.
It was devil.
Raxavord himself?
No.
No, just
Yeah, I
a
didn't think
summoned
so.
mob demon.
I didn't think so, because he had Zvarts, and I was like, Zvarts, Raxavord. But
No, it was just a lower level demon with a nightmare. So we fought those.
We have one more person who will be eventually turning up and we'll eventually have this game running. And yes, Digo Hunter, I agree with you very much.
What are you agreeing with?
Zvarts worship Raxavord. Raxavord is the god of
Do I need to go on Twitch? Is that what you're telling me?
rats.
No. I'm on Twitch. We actually had I think Digo Hunter might have been part of it, I can't remember. A raid of 10 people from another channel. As soon as I like did our intro thing, and I'm going like, oh shit, we're being raided and we're not quite ready yet. Oh, alright, fine, we'll go into it.
That's Maddie got 34.
So I'm sort of on the time limit. I've been given an ultimatum by a god.
That's
I
fucking
still
very
can't
tiny
ignore
one.
it.
Medium.
Totally can. She's called the bitch queen for a reason, man.
You can still ignore it. Just chill a bit.
There's a lot of light on one side of my head, apparently.
Yeah, it's because of the sun.
Yes, I am the only paladin. That's why I'm lit.
That's a good point. You're going to be the only one on that screen because there's no Elvis.
Yes.
Mick,
I have this
Mick
whole
turns
table
up
to
and
myself.
There,
So
yeah.
basically we killed that. We took one prisoner. We left him in the carriage until the next morning. The next morning I passed tongues with myself. Had a chat.
Still the worst fucking thing.
What?
I cast tongues on myself. It just sounds so wrong.
Yes, 1,000 tongues spin around me and clean me. Yeah. Yeah. Essentially.
I wanted to just double check. So I cast tongues, talked to him for a bit, and then just pressed to destroy the crystal city, and I went, that's not
I don't think so.
basically just touched him and cast blood. So basically.
So can I stream him?
Yeah, probably.
More than likely.
It's not like he's quiet.
No, none of them are quiet.
That's a
Christian does not have a quiet
He doesn't know.
speech level.
he's got loud and loudest.
Loud, loudest, and extreme. It's like the Australian fire system, fire warning system. Then he's got code red.
A lot of people do that. It's kind of like weird. They forget what night of the week it is sometimes in their lives.
My favorite thing is
Well, he is at the moment because he keeps going. Everyone's got a day off tomorrow because it's Labor Day.
Oh, it's tomorrow Labor Day, is it?
Yeah.
my favorite thing
You're suffering from the same problem.
is our
It's ace. I get 2 days off this week as a Labor Day.
I keep forgetting.
I'm working so it doesn't bother me.
I get Wednesday off, which is cool.
You get wasted.
I love how our fire warning system goes like high, very high, extreme, and then code red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
After that, they've actually.
Severe.
No.
oh, sorry, severe, extreme, code red.
What have you
yeah.
been looking at? Most of the ones on the roadside actually have low.
Yeah.
Just nobody even puts in.
it's
They never
never
put that
ordered.
arrow.
No, but my favorite thing though was one of my friends from America asking about it, and I'm just like, oh yeah, it goes extreme and then code red, and they're like, wait, there's something above extreme? Why is there something above extreme?
There's
Everything-
something above code red as well.
I was like, there's actually something above code red on most of them as well, and he's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, yeah, it's just a typical Thursday.
Australia is a testament to humans' will to exist.
Yeah.
It's basically it's still a
It's
scale
an
of
affront to God.
yeah, it's still a scale kind of roughly that's like from 1 to 10, except that we just decided to start off one with get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just,
No,
we
two.
just
we
started
really
at
mean
10.
get the fuck out.
we started at 10.
Yeah, we started at 10. That's right. Yeah. It just sits
Okay,
at 10.
that was a very random message I just got.
Which is
The
Which
like packaging supply that we use at work also apparently does toilet paper.
we were talking about that before.
So-
toilet paper.
I didn't know that people buy toilet paper. Like, not anything
can
I've
you
ever
get me
ordered, but-
some? Because I'm actually running low because of these stupid stockpiles.
No, there was a
I am
message.
going to check your bags before you leave tonight.
It's like we only have so much.
I'll knife
No,
fight
it's
you
just a
for them.
message to say that because there's a shortage.
Fight!
No, you just do what blind people do. So, like, when you imagine blind people go to the toilet, right? How do they
Yeah,
get
Chris
white?
basically decided to take it off for himself.
Because they can't look at the toilet paper and see
It
it's
is
clean.
just rude, isn't it?
So they crap before they have a shower. Yeah.
I got another one somewhere. I can't remember if I brought it here.
What?
See the picture of the
Just
sport.
more adapter for the actual extension cord.
So, I was literally just reading something. I'm not sure if it should be read out loud on stream, but it's funny. It only says bitch, so it's fine. All these people bulk buying toilet paper are the people you hear about in math. If Helen buys 60 12 packs of toilet paper and the coronavirus isn't even in her suburb yet, how many shits a day is it going to take until the dumb bitch runs out?
TPK, toilet paper kill.
Toilet paper kill, yeah. TPK, toilet paper kill, yeah.
I'm waiting for someone in the stream to actually do the maths on that.
Yeah, please do.
If you don't, these two.
How many shits do you get a toilet roll?
It depends on
Depends on the person, I guess.
Yeah, it depends on if you're a folder or a scruncher.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Let's assume she's a folder because
No, I reckon.
sociopaths fucking
I reckon Helen's a scruncher.
I reckon a scruncher.
you reckon she's a
Helen
spy?
sounds like a scruncher. She also sounds like one of those ones that uses an excessive amount of toilet paper and probably wipes like 6 times even after it's
Like comes out clean.
I'm one of those ones. I use a large amount of toilet paper and I will not apologise for it. Fuck you.
No wonder why you're running out.
Okay, one thing to do.
Look, if you
Let's
want to
turn my
ass with
noise
quilts
down
on
so I
your
don't.
Yeah.
victory, then go for it.
I just want 4-ply toilet paper, damn it!
Why?
At
You
that
still
point, you
use
might
too
as well
much.
use a book.
Yeah. As people keep saying, if you've run out of toilet paper, the Herald Sun is the perfect substitute.
It is.
No, it's not, because it's full of shit already.
It's only soft on right-wing assholes.
Yeah, but
That's the other one. I was waiting.
that's the Telegraph.
What did I say about no political commentary? Even though it's hilarious.
That wasn't political.
It's funny political
was
commentary.
accurate.
That's the difference. As long as it's funny,
Then you might get away with it.
then you might get away with it.
Oh, take that.
Bitch.
That was a good pistol shot.
What are you looking at now?
Porn.
Yeah.
What type of porn?
XCOM 2 porn.
XCOM 2 porn, yeah.
So we had training today. It was fun in the
Training
park.
for what?
Just
For
Swordcraft.
LARPing, yeah.
Yeah. So we
Beating each other.
invited a bunch of people down to the park and we just beat the crap out of each other in a more free space where we could actually look at people's.
actually a LARP. They just invited people down and then beat the crap out of them.
Yeah, so we could look at people's form and be like,
We
your
have
stance is
healthy
wrong.
coping mechanisms.
What? Yeah, we do have healthy coping mechanisms. Why is? Oh yeah, don't worry. We do have healthy coping mechanisms.
Could we work this?
LARP has made made me a better person.
Yeah.
Did you say that with a straight face?
No.
Nope. LARP has made me a
Just
better
have a
person.
straight face.
Have you met Eli?
Fuck, that was a great response.
What?
You don't have a straight face.
No.
He's calling you a fag!
I'm not calling him a fag.
I fucking hate that.
He's not a cigarette, nor is he a dart.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either.
Like, I don't mind most words. Like, people can call me whatever they want. The moment you use the word faggot, that's when I'll fucking arc up and I'll start fights.
Okay, Christian's new name
That's
is.
pretty fair.
I like how there's a club.
That used to be a club.
I was going to say, there's a club in Brain called Pooftoof.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think it's around anymore.
Sick!
It's like
It's when Parade used
sense
to
of
be.
humour.
When
it's
Parade
Doof
used
Doof
to be.
music, but it's a gay club.
Oh, I hate that
There's a lot of those popping up around there.
It's still music. Because Parane used to be the gay centre for Melbourne, now it's more like
Well, Collingwood's, now I'm taking
It used to be Paran because they used to have Heaven's Door and stuff like
No,
that.
Paran is more likely the place you go to get stabbed nowadays.
A friend of mine used to call himself.
That or get drugs.
A friend of mine used to call himself a fag and drag.
I remember
Okay.
having
Drag
a lot of fags back in my day.
you sucked them good, didn't you?
Yeah, I sucked them good, yeah. Until the spoke bands came in and they got rid of the red thing on the end and stopped calling it. They call them fads after a while.
Yeah, they're fads now.
Yeah,
They were not allowed to represent smokes, so.
yeah.
Because kids might be.
You used to be able to buy, like, literally, like,
Man, the big boss.
Chocolates.
Was
Boss hogs, cigars.
chocolate
Big boss
chocolate
was-
sticks.
I used to literally
that
go
had,
into
like,
my
an
milk
actual
bar and buy
wrapping.
a whole box of them and then just
Did you ever see those?
What?
The actual chocolate sticks that were wrapped to look like cigarettes.
no
Or cigars.
Yeah. I used to be able to buy them from the milk bar down the road from my school. And I'd go in there and you just grab a pack of these and they look like they were wrapped like smokes. But it was just you unwrapped it and it was chocolate. It was so weird.
I've seen those things since.
Run and gun
The
is
cure
the best
when it came
one.
from Switzerland.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not looking
They were like
And that on silent
tubes
too.
of like
Entering
crunchy,
concealment's pretty good too, though.
tubes of crunchy stuff. Crunchy
keep
stuff.
him alive. Yeah.
Hollow targeting.
There's all these names in the viewers thing that I haven't seen before.
It's probably bots.
Like this guy Superfly. Or the Undead Lords.
Oh, the undead lords.
So Ellie's going to be about 30 minutes.
No, that's
30 minutes is actually not that bad, to be
Yeah.
honest.
So we could start and then they can just pop in when they arrive type thing.
It's just,
They rested a bit longer than the rest of
yes.
us. They were asleep.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised she's done already. I thought she was.
Yeah, I thought she would have been a lot later.
Well, she specifically told me she was starting at 6. So.
Wow, yeah, yeah.
But she'll tell me that she said something different. But I know
Yeah.
for a fact she said that.
Well, it depends on what it was for. If it was just for one display and then she could go.
Don't know. She
I'm not sure
did
how
the
pole
usual thing
dancing
of
works.
not properly explaining.
Why
But
properly
then tells
explain?
me off if I don't.
Why
But I
pro-
literally give her all the information that I currently have.
Alright, I'm just going to quickly go into one of our intermissions just for the briefest moment, just so I can explain something off camera.
What?
Don't you dare.
Secrets that you won't know about.
Need a quick word with them. Alright, welcome to Sunday Nights. We're going to start this game up and running with the people we have, and so the others also kind of like rock up late. Like they.
Later, Gator.
Later, Gator. The party has basically finished off transversing through a small little set of tunnels, killing off these creatures, otherwise known as Zvat. Blue-skinned creatures with bald heads and sort of long hair hanging around the back, and some of the leaders having comb-overs. At the end of the dungeon, they
Say
fought.
something really bad there, but
At the end of the dungeon, they fought a whole group of them who were trying to summon some demons, and they managed to actually summon this one big sort of paladin-looking demon. However, the party managed to sort of fight it off and kill it before it got to heal itself almost back to full again.
and I blighted it and it died.
And in also doing so, that the rest of the Zvat that were in the room attempted to escape. I think about 2 or 3 of them managed to sort of get away because of invisibility. However, there was also a couple of people sort of like waiting out the entrance and sort of stabbed them as they came out. You decided that after you'd looted the place, found all of the weird sort of trinkets that they had basically been hoarding in their little rooms, that after you exited the place, freed all of the prisoners that you could, you came back outside, met up with your own caravan as well as the caravan you're travelling with, with all
Thank
the
you, Love
prisoners, and you decided to seal up the gap so that no one would have access to the tunnels anymore. And that's pretty much where you guys are right now.
No, because after that we rested, and then in the morning I talked to one of the savants that we took as a prisoner using tongues, and he said something I did not like, so I melted him.
No, that's right. I thought we did that before.
No, because I didn't have enough. I didn't have tongues prepared, so I had to rest so I could prepare new.
Yeah.
So I went tongues now, and then yeah, he threatened to burn down the Crystal City, which is the home of Kalimvor, which is my god. I did not appreciate this,
So one could
so
say
I
you
murdered him.
tongued him.
Is innocent of this crime.
Really?
That's worse.
Yes.
And then he tried to throw the withered husk of the corpse at me and failed.
Oh, that's right. I remember now.
Because he did not like the fact that I did it in the cart, and I just went, bye!
Yeah, you guys have started the cart up again and started travelling down the path in the general direction you've always been going, because there is pretty much nowhere else to go at this
Yeah.
stage. You know you're heading south to the Imperial City, and you know that this route will get you there at some point.
I'm probably within eye shot of the cart itself, so I can see the lights coming off the cart, but I'm further ahead.
Further
on the
ahead,
horse.
yeah. As I said, you guys can even walk faster than the actual cart itself, because it is currently 6 draft horses and 2 carts attached to each other. You know, a small train per se of your little bits and pieces. I know you're on the back of your cart, probably playing around with tinkering and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
boy.
Getting rid of all the
Tim,
remains.
the sheets.
No, that's a very good question.
Oh, character sheets.
Yeah.
I thought you, because you had your laptop
Yeah,
in front
packed
of you,
away.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I'm also going to get some dice because I didn't.
You've got your dice.
Yes.
I'm over there.
Professionals, absolutely.
We do well. We do well.
I was going to say some of the new viewers may have actually been from Supernova today
I was going to say
and yesterday.
Supernova.
Yeah.
Telling everyone to watch our stream.
Not everyone. I told a few people.
Should be telling everyone, man. Everyone
Well, it was anyone,
that was interested in D&D.
which was everyone.
I was going to say, so everyone?
Yeah. We
Supernova.
sold out of dice.
Yeah, you mentioned
Really?
before,
Yeah.
Nice.
We did not bring enough.
You never do.
Oh no, we did not
It's the whole lot, so grab yours, pass it down.
anywhere near.
Would you be able to pass me my book?
I tried to warn them that
Orange one?
Yeah.
they didn't have enough, but they're like, oh, you know, I don't think it'll be that popular. I'm like, sure.
Thank you. And does anyone have a pencil I can borrow?
Pencil.
I do.
Pencil. Thank you.
Do you need a pencil as well?
I have nothing to write on.
Should we take it right?
I don't need anything to write on. Writing's for chumps.
Oh wow, I haven't changed my max health or anything.
It should have automatically done.
No,
On the sheet.
Sheets.
Oh, on the sheet, okay, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, using the sheets.
Apparently, this has been used as a turn tracker at one point.
That would have been
Something.
Yeah.
Because it's got Valen.
Long time ago.
I was going to say, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it's got Rayleigh in there.
Oh, this was the dragon.
Yes.
I'm looking at it because it's got Aunt Ray, Lilia, Valen.
Dragon.
It doesn't say
I
dragon.
need a new printer.
I imagine the dragon would have had a name.
It could have also been the
It actually has undead here.
alchemist or whatever. Yeah, there would have been that house.
Yeah, the necromancy house.
Yeah, necromancy.
The skeletons came up from underground, and then I just sort of went, "That's nice." Turn undead, and they all turned to dust.
I'm so happy I got this from the 501st Legion. It's a limited pin that you're not actually meant to be able to get from there.
Unless you're 501st.
Yeah. I literally was like, the guy walked up and he had one on either part of his collar, and I was like, dude, those pins are so sweet. This is before the con opened. And he's like, oh, you a pin collector? I'm like, yeah, man. I'm like obsessed with them. And he's like, do you want one? I'm like, don't you have to be a member? He's like, yeah, but I've got 2. You know? I'm not going to object. I'll take it.
Yeah.
What is the 501st Legion?
It is a group of
Star Wars
cosplayers who
cosplays.
cosplay specifically Star Wars, and most of their stuff is.
Oh, yeah.
So the 501st Legion is actually one of the last remaining clone legions within the Imperial Army.
Right.
Stan Lee was also made an honorary member.
Also a worldwide chapter.
Last time he was
Yes,
here.
yeah.
Wow.
There are, I think, several thousand members.
Yeah, watching them come through the first Oz Comic Con with Darth Vader at the head, and just watching as a trade of like 50 stormtroopers followed him, and I was like,
Oh yeah.
awesome.
Half of the stormtroopers from The Mandalorian are actually from the 501st.
Yeah.
They didn't have enough extras.
They
so
didn't have enough extras.
got
No,
them.
I do remember reading that story.
So they just went,
All right.
we've already got the costumes.
Let's do it. Let's actually play.
Let's do it.
Someone else has just rocked up, I think. So, 'cause I saw a shadow,
Nick,
or is it just basically someone just walking by?
I think someone walked by and the sun's really low.
I think
true.
you've had a stroke.
That's
Do you smell toast?
It's not too.
So,
yes. You guys are on the on your caravan currently. You are heading south.
yes.
And pretty much that's all you're doing for a bit. The other steam cart with the rock, you guys have like pushed the rock aside. They've got back onto the thingo and headed in the same direction they were originally. And they say like their goodbyes. The dwarf driver goes, "Hey, thanks for the rescue, lads and lasses. I'll catch you all later, hopefully. And if not, well, good luck to you." As he heads off.
Do I say au revoir and they'll look at me funny?
Yeah. But,
Au revoir. It is French for yeah. Oh wait, not yum. Goodbye.
That's your play.
You play.
But yeah, you guys are travelling along down the path, and it travels for days again. These tunnels are quite long, quite boring. You see the odd sort of tunnel here and there, so it's like goes off somewhere. You're not quite sure, and there's a lot of it going through. There's almost an entire complex itself in these regions. But you finally get to the end after about 3 days of this road. When I say the end, I should say the end of the very first set of tracks. And as you get to the very end of the section, you notice that the tunnel itself has got like 3 tiers to it at this stage. It's kind of like a big giant steps of about 6 feet tall. And what they've got set up at the end of this is kind of like a mixture of a pulley system and sort of a crane system with wooden built cranes. Big chain sort of going on. These things are quite large and industrious, and there's a whole heap of dwarves up there just sort of lowering down like a big giant platform, and then on that platform, once it's lowered to the ground, then a cart will just basically just drive on, and then they'll raise it up to the top. Because of the limitations of the tier, it's a long process, and because of the cart you guys got, and as well as the 3 carts you're with, it takes most of the day to get these carts up and running, because you've got to do it 1 tier at a time. So get up on one, put you across, take you off, go on to the second one, pull you up to the second one, bang, before they go up to the third one. And it's a very long process to sort of get this through, and quite often they've got like a little sort of tent set up in the tunnels there, and sometimes they're cooking up food and stuff like that, really simple meals, just like some water, some gruel, sort of just hand out to the dwarves and anyone else who wants to have some. But eventually, after the day passes by, you finally get your 2 carts as well as the people you're travelling with to get up onto the top tier. The dwarves in this area tell you that the transition from here to the next set of rails is a different group of dwarves, a different clan that look after this particular section. Really not all that much different to us in every way, but they're ones looking after it now. And then they say, good luck to you as you move on. You see at the very top, of course, there is another steam sort of cart with a whole heap of mining carts attached to it. There's about like 6 of them. And it's like gearing up with passengers as well as other bits of stuff here and there. The engine itself is of a different design, still fundamentally the same as the one originally, but of course designed by the dwarves of this particular clan. But otherwise it's just a box cart almost with just a bit of coal in the back type thing, as they load it all up and start getting this thing sort of up and running. And of course you guys are not jumping on that particular cart, so that just heads off after you guys have set up. You guys stay the night in the area, like what you think is night, because it's like under the tunnel.
We slept for a time.
You slept for a time,
Yeah.
That's right, yes. You get up, you get your caravan together, and you continue travelling down. Probably 2 weeks of travel passes by, traveling through this area. The dwarves seem to be reasonably good at looking after the patrolling of this area, and you do see groups of dwarves, about 6 of them, reasonably heavily armoured, sort of just patrol up and down the tunnels themselves, and they seem to look after this section of the tracks quite well. After the 2 weeks have passed by on this train, or on this tunnel, you've seen the steam train going up and down every few days, and you finally get to the end of this section. Once you're at the end of this section, you notice that the tiers are almost identical to the ones you had originally, except instead of going up, they are going down again. As you are waiting there for almost another day to sort of just reel you down to the next level, then to the next level, then the next level, there is a set of small stairs that you can do for yourselves, for those who are walking and stuff like that. When you get to the bottom, though, of this set of tiers, is that there's a couple of dwarfs there, and there's no train set up here at all. While there is a rail, the dwarves basically say, "Hey lads, I hope you're going to be okay in this particular section, because the clan that looks after this section hasn't been around for quite some time. And nowadays, it's only recently, probably like in the last 10 years, there is a kind of a weird sort of group of people sort of further up in the tunnel, and they don't look after the train area so much, but they kind of like look after the area. Have you ever heard of the Yuante?
Have I heard of the Yuante?
Roll me a... I'll say history.
History?
I assume I would have.
22.
Okay.
I came from the Imperial City back this way, so yeah.
I'm going to say no. Yeah. No,
I would have had to
You've
have.
heard of him at least, yeah. You've definitely heard of him in this area.
Yes,
I got a 17.
they're like
22.
snake people. Like half snake, half not snake. Like maybe horse. I don't know what the other half
So
is.
like you are half person, half cat?
I take offense to that. I don't deny it, but I resent it.
It's the truth.
Yeah, but I'm fluffy. They're like, you can't hug them.
They are very strange beings.
Do I know that they're known as the Yuante pure blood?
No.
No,
So they're very sort of xenophobic
they are
as a race.
Look, they didn't like me so much. Unless
You've heard there is a bit of a caste system with them, let's put it that way.
Yeah. Will they cause us any problems?
Not this group. They've actually been very open, and a lot of the dwarven travels that have been through this area, we trade with them every once in a while. Kind of surprised a lot of people. We sort of just... They have their own weird rules, which, when you go see them and stuff like that, you'll probably learn about. But they're good for trade. They've got access to quite a few different things within the tunnels that they've managed to get themselves going. And they haven't got the techno know-how to look after the train in this area, so most people just have to walk through in the area. But you'll see the odd caravan coming through here and there to sort of go into that city and have a bit of a, a bit of a trade with them. As comes the next person.
I was here all along.
Roll a deception.
Yeah, roll it.
Yeah, I was going to say roll deception for that.
Can I cast friendship first?
There you go, there's a dice.
Do you want to lower the door just a little bit more?
Just
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say. Just
A
like,
little
yeah,
bit
there we go.
more.
Otherwise it just turns us... Nat 20, yes, he was here the entire time.
plus 10.
With plus
He's been here the entire time.
I was in the back corner taking a shit.
Who's Dingo Hunter? I should know it. Like, he's been on before and I can't remember who it was.
Ding, ding,
Dingo Hunter 7. Who were you again?
Not sure.
He is
I'm
no
not
one.
Freako.
He is everyone.
Maybe a Freako person.
Oh, it's probably someone who knows Freako.
No.
Because that's the person I thought it was. I didn't remember. I remember last time I got it wrong. It wasn't the same person I thought it was. Anyway,
Probably.
as I said, the Yuante in this area, even though they're not probably true natives to the area, they managed to sort of hook themselves up with a bit of a city in the area, and you can go by You could go by and have a bit of a trade with them, I guess, and perhaps see what they've got in their shops to see what's going on.
They're alright for the most part.
I'm sure we'll end up stopping
We
by
keep
and having
them,
a
kind
chat.
of keep them at arm's length and whatnot for the trade and stuff, but they don't mind us being there. But there's a bit of you can't go into certain places when it comes to that city.
I'm sure it's the same with most cities. Like, a king would not just welcome common people into his throne room for no reason.
That's true, but it's a bit different than that. I think it's like whole sections of the city are boons for folk like us, as well as their own kind in some cases.
Worth having a look. It's always good to learn about new cultures.
Aye, that it is.
Who is it that is allowed in there then?
Everyone's allowed in the city itself.
These other areas.
Yuante. Snake people.
The snake people, the Yuante.
Have we've seen them going around?
Because you were a bit late.
Yes.
You were being told about what's coming up ahead.
Ah, okay.
So we've travelled for a couple of weeks through the tunnels,
Yeah.
and we've come to this one section that isn't supported by the dwarves within the mountains. It's the Yuante have taken over sort of what would have been a dwarven citadel, I imagine, at some point. Or did they just build their own?
They build their own. Like, I think from what we know is that they've been there for quite some time, just hidden from us because they weren't attached to the tunnels originally. And I think one day they decided to sort of just open up to those tunnels to sort of connect with the real world.
So what happened to the?
and found
So what happened to the dwarves that were here?
They've been gone for a really long time. I think some sort of underground war with the Orcs that didn't go their way, and most of them, I think they won the war in the long run, but probably a good couple of centuries ago, I think they just lost too many of their clans and decided to abandon ship essentially and move on. I think they won, but not enough. There's the rumours going around that the clan in the area would have had to blow a few things up to make sure that they didn't come back with their enemy wars. And in doing so, I think they destroyed half of their citadel, if not more, doing it.
That's strange.
But if some of us were to magically look like Yuan-Ti, we could walk around the city wherever that we wanted?
I think
Just saying.
a few people have tried and got a few sort of tricks up their sleeve to sort of get past things, but I don't know. I've never tried. I never wanted to go down that path myself, and I've never heard of anyone doing it. But doesn't mean it hasn't happened.
Are we
Let's not
likely
piss
to
off the
need?
people.
Do we need to go into the city or do we go past it?
We will be going past it, but to trade there wouldn't be a bad idea. We picked up a few things when we fought the demon.
It's an experience. I highly recommend us spending a day or two there and having a look at it. It's a bit of an experience.
It's worth a look. We might be able to make some coin. That will help us move forward.
I just somehow pictured like a touristy section of their city right by the gates,
Anthony.
which has a pub called the Honest Snake.
Good to see you again, mate.
Anthony, because he travelled with you to Dragonland.
I had to like it was once he said that like I now remember because I'm pretty sure last time he was on, which was probably quite a few months ago, we had almost an identical conversation.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out who it was.
Yarp.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to know about the place?
No, I'm pretty sure we'll be fine for the most
Where is
part.
the best place for accommodation in the city? Do you know? Have you been there?
No, not myself, but I heard that this particular place, they call it, let me just look it up. I haven't given it a name, that's the funny thing. It's like, I wonder if I could pronounce it because
Called
of
the
the
silly
sort
serpent.
of weird language that they use. What did they call it?
The danger noodle.
The Sylvan Death.
They call it Yingbing Zhongan. I have not pronounced it right because my accent doesn't quite do the language well.
That sounds borderline racist.
Yin Junga?
Yeah. That's as good as I get.
Well, we will go have a look and see what they have to offer. Just also keep an eye out for any blue-skinned creatures within your tunnels as well.
Okay, I'll keep a lookout for them. What have you seen?
Did you identify what they were?
We did. They were
Zvats.
Zvats.
Something
they-
Raxavoid,
they
something
We're
Night
further along in
Bad
one of the other tunnels,
Ducks.
and they
something
kidnapped the
dark side.
people off the train.
Oh, that's not good.
One of the people, we were unfortunately not able to get to them in time. We saved the rest, but they were trying to summon a demon there. So
Well, I think we might do a bit of a flush through the tunnels then and see if we can sort of shake anything out in
It's
our area.
It's
it'd probably
really
be a good idea.
inefficient. Rather than just eating people, they feed them to rats and then eat the rats. The meat must be so much worse than just eating it in the first place.
Sometimes I don't understand some creatures and how they
Then
work.
again, perhaps eating rat is better than eating dwarf.
That's
And
true.
there's the other one.
You guys are pretty tough. Anyway,
Coughs.
All I know is that the steam cuts in this area are either real fix.
I thought you said there weren't any operating here. You lied to us.
Apparently they're working on servicing one.
Yeah, they're trying to fix it.
It's got a bit of a clank to it. Doesn't run quite right.
Aye.
Have we started yet?
Only
Yes,
just
we have, so
you can jump in.
Come in.
And where have you been?
Yes, we're totally talking to a wall right now.
Everyone's been late today.
well,
So yeah,
If Amber doesn't get here quickly, we're going to marry her off.
Do it. Let's do it.
Hey, Amber,
There's a
we found
dwarf
one.
right here. Let's do it.
With those
there'll be
dwarfs.
some very interesting stuff like
Legolas.
a demon, a devil being summoned with a knife.
I can't see what she looks like because of all the hair.
You're of the cloth. Marry her off.
And then
What, the paladin instead of the cleric?
Yeah. He's cleric of death. I hear no.
cleric of the grave. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I can still perform a wedding. I have the spell ceremony.
Have you got it prepared?
Yeah, it'll be.
Actually, probably not.
morbid wedding.
I pronounce you man and bride until my god sees you, do you part.
Even when he sees you, you're stuck together forever.
Anyway, the name of the city they call it Dashe.
Nashe?
Shit.
That's good.
Dash it through the snow. I don't want to.
Well, someone's about to be slayed.
Yes.
Or was it slew?
That's right, they were following Raxavort.
Right, I guess we should get
Yeah, thanks,
going
we-
anyway. Thanks for your time.
Is he one of the
heads
great
up.
wizards of Middle Earth?
No.
I'm demon.
No.
I thank you for the heads up then. I guess we should go.
Hey, good luck to you. Just for give you the heads up.
Have we offered you hospitality?
What hospital?
Food? Drink?
There's.
What food are we offering?
I was going to say, really, all we've been eating for the last couple of weeks is
Dry
food and
rations.
water.
Yeah, pretty much. Dry rations, create food and water.
I'm actually
like-
starting
I'm
to
sure
get.
they can make it taste better.
I'm
than what
actually getting pretty bloody sick of fake.
Alice looks
it's
really
not
weird.
fake food.
It
Oh,
is
you mean
fake
I look
food.
like a girl
No.
today?
Yeah, I know.
It's
I
not.
wouldn't go that far.
Got my nails done and everything. I'm
Got your
girl.
nails did, and it's look very pretty. Straighten your hair. It's weird.
I know. That's what weirded me the most was the straight hair.
As soon as I see the straight hair, I'm like, you don't look like Alice.
No, I normally have curly hair.
You're in the
Where's my
uncanny valley.
laptop? What have I done with myself?
You are very disorganized today.
No, I am very organised. The fact that I'm even here means that I'm very organised.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, we weren't expecting to see you at all.
I wasn't expecting you to see me either.
We
Imperius.
can't see you right now.
Imperius.
Yes.
Can you make the bread taste like honey and?
Of course.
It's not about how it tastes. It's
Make it
about the
taste like
fact
honey
that it's not real. I want Antoine to
Can you
cook.
pick it up? Can you eat it?
I want Antoine to cook.
He can when we go get supplies from the next city.
Alright,
At the moment,
fine.
we have no supplies, so you're just
there-
going to have to make do.
Any reason that he can't cook the food that you make?
Rowan could at least make
It's
fucking
very simple,
berries.
sort of already kind of prepared gruel, essentially.
But you have like
It's matrix sludge.
flavored moss.
Yeah.
Rowan at least had
could
berries, which were
possibly-
pretty good.
So the,
You
the
want
food
to
is
on the
bland
outside?
but nourishing.
Chris decided to take
Is how it's described.
Yes, so in other words, it's slop.
Chris decided to take it anyway.
It's nourishing.
What's plugged in?
Plug in there if you can.
Oh, is that your one?
Yeah. I need
Sorry, I reorganized because my laptop.
Yeah, he took apart his freaking laptop
For no reason whatsoever.
because he forgot
Hang on,
to turn on the charger.
the other yellow end should be unplugged.
Yeah, no,
Sorry,
I'm
plug in
using it
with
for
your
mine.
stuff.
There's one plug there.
That's
We need an
unfortunate.
extra plug.
I'll bring an
I
adapter
could-
next time.
Actually, plug the laptop in here and I'll get the power bank for your thing.
Oh, actually,
We'll have enough to keep you
no,
going for the next couple
If
of
it uses a USB charger, I'll just plug it into my laptop.
Okay, then just pass me the charger and
That'll work.
stuff.
Yeah, that'll work.
Sorry, I'm derailing everything.
Don't. You're not the only one who's been derailing everything.
No, it's alright.
Everyone
It's
was like
alright. The steam train in this area has already been derailed.
Yeah, that's it.
It's decommissioned.
Wasn't my fault then. Thank you.
I'm
But at
just
least I get to
sick
be part of today.
of your lack of cuisine and taste.
Oh my god, I had too much coffee.
Or not enough.
No, too much coffee.
I'm just sick of your lack of taste and care taking
Putting them
the
on the side
food.
of the microphone.
Yeah, that might help.
It's fine.
He is literally creating it from thin air.
I normally put it over that
Tastes
side
like
because
shit.
it's
Well, I can
like
make
the
it taste
microphone
better.
I can make shit from thin air. It doesn't mean it's good.
But this way, if something gets
Concerned if that is your kind of
actually
magic.
falling off the
No,
yeah,
there's plenty of
it's-
slack. I just needed to be able to see where this thing.
Yeah, it's actually like I'd prefer it on this side, but because the plug's normally down here, I have to put it that way. Yeah. So it's done.
Coronavirus.
Oh no, we're all gonna die.
So we're going to start D&D now.
I am so
It's
sorry.
not just you, Alice. Trust me. It's
welcome
not just you.
to Sunday
Just before
night.
you rocked up, we had Mick rock up. Just before Mick rocked up, I think both these guys rocked up.
Hey, we were still on time.
No, you won't.
Hey, look, I'm normally the most on-time person. Okay, so
You live here.
Special is definitely
that's
the word
got
I'd use for
nothing
it.
to do with.
Today's episode is brought
What?
by disorganization and people spending a bit too much time at our place.
Just kick him out, man.
This is
I'm gonna
what
just kick out half my
what a
wood bean.
beanbag shotgun is good for.
What?
Beanbag shotgun.
Are you gonna make me one?
Out of a Nerf gun, I
So,
So what happened
Sorry.
to the top of the shelf?
could. Explain later.
Okay,
Oh, I see.
I'm really.
explain later. Moon's haunted.
It looks really weird on camera because now you see white wall wouldn't normally see a shelf full of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
You normally see a
yeah.
shelf full of games.
Well, I mean, the games are
No,
just
it's
up
it's kind
higher.
of like Chris has a really huge thought bubble and he's not thinking of anything.
All you hear is the noise that you get at fucking circuses.
All right. Just to recap, you have moved on from the caves. You have moved into the next section of the clans and gone through that area, which has been non-eventful. You have now gone to the third section of the tunnels, of which you have been told by the dwarf here that these sections, the clan that usually looks after this section in the area, haven't existed for a couple of centuries.
All they
But
grew tails.
the people who do exist is a city of Yuante in the area. They don't look after the steam carts or the rail network, but they do exist and patrol within the tunnels themselves.
Kinda prissy.
And you've been told about the city that they have, which you'll see as you're travelling by the tunnels, and you've basically been told, have a look. It's a bit of a sight to see. And that's pretty much where you guys are. As you start heading off back down toward, heading down
And
the
if
tunnel.
we don't check it out, you will have wasted all the time designing the city.
Correct.
And he'll want to punch us all.
Yeah. I know how you guys work. All I've got is a 4-page description, and that's all I need.
We'll fill out the rest.
Yes.
Is it a
Fine.
description of the pubs and alchemy vendors?
No.
It better be a black. No, I'm not Yolan anymore.
All right. As you guys
Blacksmiths.
start heading down the tunnels with your cart, heading south now.
What?
Don't worry.
The camera's off angle.
No, it's just weird.
Very
Really
blurry.
It's because it's zoomed in more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, it
zoomed.
looks very zoomed.
Don't
More
worry,
than
just
usual.
Let's
play.
ignore it.
Doesn't matter. All good.
Just
Yes.
sit back.
Yes, Dingo professionals. Yes, absolutely.
It looks better on the. It looks better on this. On there it looks weird.
All right. Actually, yeah, good because you got to remember that TV does weird stuff to the camera look.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yes, you guys basically travel off down south. Probably one of the very first things you notice as the dwarf of the group and through the tunnels that you have a bit of an innate ability to understand that you have gone from a bit of a west travelled more to the southwest and actually starting to get in this section, turning as you go through the next week more south, heading towards down the continents, of course.
Yeah, and the further down the tunnels we go, the more relaxed she gets.
Yep. You've now, since that...
In general, just on that point of direction, what is the overall direction that we're trying to get to?
South.
South. Okay.
Imperial City.
Yep.
Okay, you have to travel out west a little bit and then start travelling southwest to sort of get her, because it's kind of like a big C shape.
You were there for the whole Bitch Queen thing, yeah?
No.
No, you have been here for a while.
I was going to say, there was something we needed to tell Amir about the 9 deserts, which we didn't because he wasn't here. I mean,
he wasn't
taking
here.
a poop.
So, while we're travelling, while we get back onto the road, I'm going to pull Amir aside for a time and explain that while we were fighting Xanafelt, ask him if he remembers the big pillar at the back of the room.
Yes, I do remember that. That was where, what's her name was?
The Bitch Queen. Yes.
Yeah, I called it something else.
She talked to me. She's the one that stopped me from dying.
Yes.
She gave me information that I did not have about what's going on with the gods. The fact that there is 5 of them that retain power. Did I tell you this?
Yes.
Also the fact that Amber and I'll sort of... You had a sight, a vision?
Right. Well, yeah, yes, I did.
Do you want to explain it to Amir so that he can come up to... Does she have her book?
If I had my notebook, I might remember it.
I was going to say, if she has her notebook, she might remember it.
Yeah. The one with the scribbles all over it? Maybe, possibly.
I mean, it could be.
It's either yours or mine. Let's be honest.
It's clearly mine. Oh, you can't see it on camera.
Were you about to say whose is that one? The one that has Chris written on it?
The paper was on it, so I didn't see on it. I thought it was Rory's.
Doodled on like a journal with the
Should I actually
16-year-old
give this to
girl.
someone to actually use?
No, I use it.
You do use it? Okay. I'll
Oh, something about Sigma. This is totally where I'm at. My notes say, and I'll say this in Amber's voice. Dream, see from the eye of the fallen god, graveyard, a gentleman and soldiers below,
right.
by the way, but B/W.
Between.
Between, yeah, probably. Can't even read my own shorthand. Anyway. Leader rushes over and speaks to me, but I cannot hear it. I'm weak. They help me out. They seem to revere me and take me to a home. Lying in bed, sick, feel weak. Feels knows it has been months. Next, wake up and the sickness is gone. Hey! Oh, I remember my dream now. Shut up, leave me alone. I get up, shout something, still don't know what I'm saying, and the door flings open. The man who saved me comes rushing through the door. We walk and the man points to a chest and I equip my gear. Put on some ornate armor, familiar armor, my arrow for what? Hang on. Arrow doesn't seem right. Oh, my armor for millennia. Grab my shield in the Teutonic Order symbol. Oh, with the Teutonic Order symbol.
I imagine at some point, Volkir will...
She's reading it forwards.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm disappointed she didn't read this backwards.
Look, you know what? I'm still trying to
Probably halfway through.
Come to terms with it.
Grabs her notepad, turns it upside down.
Too much coffee to do that.
So I imagine at
I
some
have had
point
a
I'd
lot
sort
of
of
coffee.
like...
You don't want to know how much coffee I've had.
Okay, Amber, I will get to the gist of it.
But no, I'm not done yet. Hang on. What was I up to? Oh, put on some... No, I read that already.
Teutonic Order.
I step outside and autumn is coming. Oh, that's right. It was in the future. The power from Xenofelt has...
This is the budget version of Game of Thrones.
Oh, wait. I went the wrong way in my book. Nope. Wrong... Wait, what? Wrong way again.
Do you want me to finish this?
Hang on. Let me... Oh, the power from Xenofeld has been now given to Sigma. Oh, that's nice. We travel to the Autumn main city. I don't know where that is. There is much conversation. I still can't understand any of it. Standing over the table of a map of the 9 deserts. Oh, that's where you're from. I have a strong desire to go there, and the others try to dissuade me. Not sure why. Time passes. Maybe it's in the future. War is being prepped for at the docks. Oh, right. Punctuation is important in that sentence. Building an army, gearing up for war. Don't know where. Wait, maybe I do know where.
So most
Don't
of
know
the
where.
gist of her dream was that when we defeated Xenofeld,
Hi.
the power of Xenofeld went
It's the
to
next
Sigma.
note.
Sigma now has his abilities back. And from what we can tell, she saw a vision of the future where Sigma is prepping the order for war in the 9 deserts. So our objective here is to try and make our way selves to the Imperial City to deal with Tiamat and Bahamut first. Once that's done, we need to go to the 9 deserts because Kalimvor is already there.
Kalimvor is already there.
Yes.
Ah, that is interesting. Whereas what I got from that dream is, if Sigmar is going to the 9 deserts, I have to learn how to kill another god.
Oh, well,
No, we probably still have to learn how to kill another god, but
they haven't decided yet. He wants to go. He's still trying to persuade them, and then they're going to make an army.
Ah. So I need to organize some
what
pirates
month
to
is
attack
it?
this ship.
Is it autumn yet?
Yeah, it's definitely autumn.
Right, so they're going to the main city at the moment.
Was it this
Remember
autumn or was it next autumn?
You drew pictures, remember?
I did.
And then based on one of the pictures that you managed to draw, when you drew the picture of you coming out of the house after you've just regained all your strength, you symbolised in the picture that it was autumn with the falling leaves and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Together, because you weren't here, you guys had sort of gone with the notion that at the time that the picture was drawn, is also roughly the same time you guys killed Xenofeld.
Yeah,
So it was also just starting to become autumn as well.
So as I say all these stories and I read my notes, I then flick through and show you like a picture book. All of these elaborate drawings I've done of like anything I can remember regarding the dream.
our best guess at the moment is we've got a year. So we need to deal with other things first because I have to go to the Imperial City. A bargain has been made with a god. It's not something you renege.
As do I.
At the first opportunity, I will be writing a series of letters.
It is probably for the best.
Things will occur in the 9 deserts. It does not happen very often, but any of the heads of the tribes can call for a meeting of all of them to deal with an external threat.
Do you know where your tribes would be at the moment?
Do I know anyone in the Nine
They have
Deserts?
very large areas of the desert that they are.
Because of the 9
Because I
deserts,
could.
Most of the tribes are nomadic, some are not.
Criminal elements, but
a lot of different ones too. Probably Imperial Spies as well.
I-
no point.
What is the name of your tribe?
I will expand on that in the future.
Yes.
Yes. So I asked him what the name of his tribe was. He can't remember.
I don't know, it is.
Okay.
I say something in desert speak.
Okay. You say.
So it's
I set the language to get an.
But basically, I'm gonna write it down phonetically. So that
because it's all just phlegm.
just when.
The problem with me in the 9 deserts, with what Amir's got going and stuff like that, I have so many ideas, and I'm going to put them all together in a conclusive thing that he can kind of like use as. He knows this stuff because he comes from the 9 deserts, because the 9 deserts is a conglomerate of a whole heap of different aspects of not only the last world that we were in, but just a whole heap of ideas. Like there is the Roman aspect of part of the 9 deserts. There is, of course, your more Egyptian sort of traditional sort of thing.
I got some hieroglyphs. They're very poorly.
Can't see it from here.
One of them is the pyramid from Stargate.
Yeah.
And I got a little stick figure, an I, a bunch of S's, and a 0 with an X through it.
Okay, yeah, all right.
So I'll write it down phonetically so that later on, when I prepare sending again, I'm going to send a message to Kalimvor.
You mean after I work out what the name is?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. To tell Kalimvor to go to this tribe so that they can help him, type thing.
All right. Anything else you want to discuss on the points you've been bringing up so far?
Maybe I should name the tribe the Glacier Tribe. It was named ironically.
Yeah, sure. No, I don't. I think that's about all that has happened since you went on a sabbatical.
but I'm clean as a whistle.
Until you have some more of that desert coffee.
So yes, that is basically all that's happened, and now we are on our way to the can't remember the name of the race.
Plenty.
Yeah, Yuante.
It's right there.
Oh yeah, Yuante.
Also, I do.
You wrote it down, didn't you?
No, it's on the
I do
actual Salty
appreciate the name
Dragon
of the
Tavern name.
episode. I approve.
It's great, isn't it?
You, me, and Yuante.
I said I approve.
There's volume on my computer. That's not normal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what the hell?
All right.
That's normally my thing.
You guys travel for probably another week of travel, at least based on the stops you guys have and the meals you prepare and the sleeps you have. Another week passes by and the tunnels again are nondescript, quite boring, and there's not even any patrols that like you had in the past where the dwarves are going through the area. If the URT sort of, in a roundabout way, sort of control this area, they don't seem to be showing much of a presence here. Probably about as long as that week has passed by, you see a caravan sort of just come down, the opposite direction, of course, heading where you just came from. You stop for the briefest of moments, of course, say hello, see what they're selling and stuff like that, and they tell you probably the same things you guys have heard about, the city of Dashe.
Do you know how far it is away now?
Oh, it's about 3 or 4 days, depending on how fast you travel.
Okay.
Do you have anything to sell?
We have sold most of the stuff that we have probably to the people of Deshe themselves, because they have a lot of supplies that they don't normally have. So currently we were just travelling with passengers more than anything else.
Do you have any fresh food?
From Deshe, yes, we have managed to get some. It's not traditional food, not grown in a field type food, but it's definitely not crackers and dry food.
I'd like to purchase some.
By all means, we could definitely do that. And just do
A
like
couple of silvers.
Yeah, something like that. A couple of silvers here, and they just like
And
pass
I
on.
throw bits of food at
Oddclaw.
I'm
Here.
just catching them absent-mindedly and just.
Try this, let me know if it's going to make me sick. I'm just using Oddclaw as my
It's kind of
food
like
tester.
I mean, you could use me. Oh wait, I'm useless.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
realized nothing. I was eating mushrooms off
kind of
the
like
floor.
a mushy sort of mossy sort of texture to it.
It's pretty good, actually.
What's that?
It said it sounds herbal.
It's very horrible.
I like it.
Oh, can I try some?
You like slop? Sure.
No, I don't.
Oh yes, you do.
This is more like you know how people like caviar and shit like that.
Kind of
Really,
reminds
let's
me of the
think
weird
about it.
berries I
Pretty
had back in the
gross.
This
forest.
is like caviar of decay.
Weird berries we were eating in the forest.
I don't know. They were kind of orange. They
You
had little
should
blue
never
spots
eat
on
an
them.
orange berry, especially if it has spots.
Oh, it was delicious. Bit sticky. My tummy did rumble a little bit afterwards, but I don't know. It just kind of came out as gas.
Any normal person eats that, they die.
It made her slightly sick. She
think
lost
so.
3 kilos in 4 days.
It's like a cleansing berry.
I'm sorry. I think you're wrong. I put on 4 kilos.
Did you still lose 4 days?
I mean, how long's it been since we were down the tunnel?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Oh, then maybe I have. Did you eat the berries too?
It's been a couple of weeks.
I can't remember not eating berries.
That's probably the thing.
No more feeding berries to anyone. No, don't eat anything in the tunnels unless it has been prepared by a spell or Antoine. Okay?
I'm just eating the moss and frowning and looking at you and going,
No.
And I'm just gonna like grab some moss off the walls and go, no, it's perfectly fine. It tastes like seaweed.
It's all good.
Sorry, I just had the weird image of dwarven sushi.
Yeah.
It's just like
random
Moss.
bits of
brains wrapped in moss.
Yeah.
yeah, pretty much. With a sprinkling of crushed gravel.
Yeah. Some rocks on
It's
this.
roughage, man.
You mean salt?
Yes.
Yeah, rock salt.
Yeah, rock salt.
Rock salt.
And instead of salmon, it's like grubs or something.
Yeah.
I did it.
Some mushroom.
They go on safaris to hunt bullets.
Oh yeah, we gotta have some egg seasoning.
Alright, you guys start travelling on from the caravan that you meet. You've bought the extra bits of food. Something different, of course. It's not the same food you've been having.
I just keep eating my food.
Yep. You travel on for a few more days, and you're starting. You're traveling for 3 more days, and you can start seeing right above it, ahead of you, the tunnel as it sort of veers off a little bit when it's been mostly straight in this section. Heading to the city of Daché, the tunnels leading to the city seem to be a bit of an afterthought. While large and spacious, they are crudely carved out of the mountain with functionality over any sort of form. The tunnel continues straight with the help of traffic through the area, but otherwise nondescript. The sound of dripping moisture can be heard as you travel along. As you get closer to the city, the quiet sounds are slowly replaced by a dim echo down the tunnel, a constant buzz or a hum. You've heard this before, the noise of any typical metropolis, but this noise has a faint subduing to it, as if the pressure of the mountain itself pushes back against it and sipens it off down the halls. Ahead you start to see a dim light shine from the left side of the large tunnel entrance as it lights up the right wall. The colour coming from an entrance seems to glow a fiery yellow as if the sun had found a way down here. Silhouetted figures can be seen moving from within. You move closer and are now near enough to see the entrance tunnel to the city. The Yuan-Ti have spent a lot of time carving out the rock to simulate the same sort of style out in the provinces found to the southeast of known Althea, a style found commonly amongst the Kurahasu. 2 sets of 4 cylindrical stone pillars, each set in a perfect square, stand at the edges of the entrance. The pillars themselves seem to have a carved overlapping V pattern, as if the columns are trunks of some very large snakes. On top of this is a slated roof that ascends and meets at the top into a pyramid shape. Along each of the edge of the pyramid as it rises up to the top are smaller half-cylindrical ceramic pieces that cover the gaps in the slate. These ceramic pieces have the same markings as the columns and somewhat look like a disjointed snake body that traverses the roof. At the very top point there is a small ceramical pyramid cap, and on top of that there is a stylized snake that winds around and juts its snake head out, looking out into the tunnel as if being wardens of the area. The very bottom corners of the roof pyramids taper out and even seem to bend upwards a little bit. At the end of each of these corners, a ceramic snake head juts out, very similar to the Gothic gargoyles found in the lands of the Order. The design of the roof has its own eeriness to it, as the moisture from being underground drips onto the roof of these structures. The flow of the water heads to each bottom pyramid point and filters out the mouth of the snake. With a slow drip, it looks as if the fangs of the snakes are dripping venom. Hanging from each of these 2 towers between the columns are large brass circular discs. Etched with these discs is a dark black. Etched with these discs is a dark black is the Cho symbol, what appears to be the name of the city. A circular snake pattern rolls along the edge of the disc as if 2 snakes are symmetrically intertwined. Then the heads meet up at the top, tongues out, looking to each other's eyes. It's very hard to tell, but the pattern seems to roll in on itself, intertwining, looking as if the heads themselves connect through the whole pattern. Behind 2 entrance towers, the ones you've seen initially, as you move forward, you can see longer and larger buildings built in the same style. The big difference is that the length of these buildings, as it heads down the entrance tunnel, doesn't go into a pyramid point, but extends much further in a rectangular shape. The spine of the roof is also fitted with the same cylindrical ceramic covers with the snake skin. Unlike the pyramid roofs, the points of each of these ends instead extends outwards instead of up, with a weird snake head looking out each short edge of the building. What's more important is that the snake styles in these buildings seem to resemble that of a king cobra, with the same flayed neck looking out its making. Overall, it looks as if a large snake has rested along the entire spine of the roof of these 2 buildings, with the cobra head pointing out. Both of these buildings are same length, same width, and same symmetry. The longer buildings are also large and held up by the same granite columns. There are quite a lot of columns in this case. Large sheets of slate are mounted between each of them to form walls and door frames. Most of the door frames seem to be sliding doors more than hinged. Both long buildings are set up as stables. At the point you can even see gaps between the wall edges, the front building and even out the back. You can see various carts parked in the tight spaces outside of the stables as well as in. Filing along the back, you can see a building that traverses the width of the entrance tunnel. Like the front, you can see the symmetry being kept as much as possible. The same two towers out front almost replicated piece by piece along the back entrance. The main difference here is that the two towers are also connected by a walkway that overlooks the entire courtyard entrance here. This walkway stands a person taller and seems as if it sits directly on the two tower pieces. It sits directly on top of the two tower pieces itself. While this walkway still shows an identical style to the other buildings here, there's one contrasting aspect to the rest of the entrance. Whereas on the other building, the points of the roof had ceramic snakes. At the top of each of the 2 points at each end are humanoid-shaped carvings. They look as if two upper torso bodies were built, bald-headed and looking across the courtyard. The skin shows the same V-scale pattern as the spine pattern on the roof, and it seems like a large half-snake, half-human spread out across the top of this walkway. The eyes also have that eerie snake slits carved into them, and even a faint orange glow coming from within. Within the centre of the entrance courtyard is a square well. The same roof pattern as the rest of it, but does not have the ceramic cap, or at least a snake on it. From below you can hear rushing water as it seems to have tapped into an underground river of some type. As you park your caravan in the courtyard entrance, you notice several figures around the place brandishing spears and shields. They have metal breastplates fashioned to be simple and form-hugging. Along the bottom edge, a leather skirt with thick sheets of metal hang down, overlapping each other to create a split battle skirt. While the armour is made functional, you can see more etching on the surface as the metal resembles the same V snake pattern yet again. There's even hints at different patterns etched in the armour. One even looks like it's got a diamond etched pattern in the front. While everything about the uniform is mostly similar, the people wearing them are far beyond that. One male soldier has no head of hair, or any hair for that matter from what you can see, but what appears to be proper snake scales crowned on the head. With the look, there also seems to be additional tattoo work done across the exposed body, head and face. Various snakes that intertwine each other are tattooed across the back of the scalp to give some semblance of snake hair. The second soldier, one who looks far more feminine, seems like a beauty to behold and doesn't portray any differences to the others in the area except her eyes. They are not white with an iris and a pupil, but the slits of a snake, a dull yellow eyeball with a black slit up and down the eyes. What's more is that when she blinks, you can hear an audible clicking as if the rough skin clicks over the eyes and closes them shut up and down. The soldiers seem accustomed to visitors and do not give too much of a sideways glance for those coming in and out. So you set out and head past the walkway to have a look over the Yuan-Ti city itself. You see high above orange globe of magical light shining down on the city. The magic inside seems to give off a bit of a warmth, as if a miniature sun had been implanted into the globe. As you adjust to the bright light from above, you can see a small but majestic city buried deep within the earth. From where you are, the path continues in a zigzag pattern down the side of the large chamber, along the side wall. You must be currently at least 100 feet above the floor chamber at this stage. Across the entire chamber, you can see the same building style portrayed amongst hundreds of buildings representing the Yuan-Ti city. In the brighter light, you can see even slate tiles have etched snake patterns in them as if giant snakes of various sizes are sunning themselves on the roofs. In the closest section of the city to the entrance, you notice there are tall, square structures packed near each other. Each level has a side of roof that juts out to follow the same pattern. It's like each level was built individually, then placed on top of each other, to what looks like upwards to 10 floors in some buildings. As the buildings grow shorter as your eyes trace to the back of the chamber, you also notice that the cavern is actually tiered. And what you can gather, there are 6 tiers carved out in the rock with a grand palace at the very last tier right at the back. Each building, while a marvel in intricate design, seems to be more opulent as the tiers go higher. From the vantage point, you spot that you can see a central open area on the 3rd tier of the city, considerably large considering how tightly compact everything else is. That's where you guys are now.
It's an interesting looking city.
Are there any people here?
There is lots
Yeah.
of people.
Are they just like dwarves? Are they humans? Are they?
Because I haven't actually put you into the city yet. I'm just giving like kind of like description of the very entrance and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
yeah,
So
yeah.
in this area, there is probably a couple like dwarves, a good portion of dwarves in the area. There's also humans and stuff like that from various other parts of outside of the cities. Sorry, outside of the tunnel. So from what you can gather, there might be some people from the Imperial City here, or perhaps even some from Musalon.
Okay, so it's a little bit more populated.
It's a bit more cosmopolitan as well. Yes.
Presumably on the very outer edge near the gates.
Yes.
As we go
This is
in, I
probably
expect it'll be
It definitely changes.
far more ethnically pure.
Far more. Yes.
This is very
Well,
much
because of
beyond
the way
where
I've
Amber's ever travelled down the.
Because of the way I've
route.
described this, you guys haven't actually entered the city yet. You are still up the top of the entrance, and you've got like that zigzag stairwell to sort of go down to basically get into the city. And from what you've gathered here too, is that the cart won't be able to come down these stairs. It's not designed in that sense. So it looks like a lot of the trade probably happens here. Like the trade of mouth and the trade of everything will happen within the city itself, but the actual unloading and loading will happen up at the entrance.
Does that mean that there's somewhere to like park the caravan?
Yes, that's what.
So there's like a
two
caravan
stables.
park outside.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, 2 stables at the front.
And there's already quite like at least a half a dozen sort of caravans here of various types, as well as like a few different horses, donkeys, horses, mules, all that type of jazz, and a few other weird sort of creatures.
We should probably put our cart in the stables for the day while we explore.
I've only ever heard of this town.
Yes, for you this is new too. You've
I've
never
never been
seen
here
this.
before. This is very well. I mean, it's unusual.
Were you about to say it is very foreign?
I said unusual. It's not very classically dwarven.
It's not very classically anything.
I mean, I'm sure it is classically something to these people.
Classically one thing.
It is different. All of us live differently.
It is most interesting. I do wish to take a look.
I'm
Always interesting to explore a different society and how they live.
very interested to see what the city looks like itself, because
Though I do agree that we should not dawdle too long.
Perhaps we should find accommodation so we can relax tonight and not be.
well, let's see
Can
what the
I-
rest of the
Sleeping on the
caravan
ground.
is doing first.
Just out of curiosity, can I do a stone cutting check on the craftsmanship of these
Yes.
pillars?
Go for it.
I just want to know if they're actually made by dwarves or whether another race or civilization has made these designs.
Yep.
Oh, what do you know? I
For
haven't
purposes
dice.
of you doing this role, you are just doing this at the entrance.
Yeah, just the pillars at the entrance,
Yep,
just the
all good.
archway. I'm not
Yep.
going any further. Well, that was a 19 or a nat 1, so we go with 19 because I have
19, alright.
advantage.
You
What's
start
our
having.
proficiency?
Plus
three?
2 plus 3. I think 3.
Yeah, you're +3 now.
Yeah,
So
plus 3.
it's 19 plus 6 plus 1.
Yep. All right.
Numbers.
Numbers. It's a lot of numbers. You
Thank
start
you.
having overlooked the stone columns, and the very first thing you notice that they're not straight, solid stone columns. Obviously, what they've done is they've created cylinder blocks, and they're basically placed them on top of each other. No mortar or anything like that, because just the sheer size of them and sheer weight of them sort of just keeps them together enough. And then they've made sure that the nicely lined up. There's almost barely visible a gap. And they've obviously gotten in and then just etched it with that snake scale pattern across almost the entire area.
Is it dwarven? Like, can I?
No, it is.
So dwarves haven't.
No, dwarves have not been here before. There is definitely nothing dwarven about this from what you can see.
In the
Though
sense
it is
of like,
hard to tell.
not in design. I mean, as in, can I recognize classical dwarven workmanship? So I know that the designs aren't dwarven, but there are common tools that I know we use and techniques. And do I recognize any of those, or are they completely foreign?
It seems a very common set of techniques more than anything else. So they seem, yeah, I guess what dwarves could use.
So more generic, but more specialized. So
But your
potentially there was dwarven help, but not.
the more you look at this, the more you realise that these were probably made in the last 10 years. Especially at the entrance here. And you know that the dwarves in this section of the tunnels, the clan that used to be here hasn't been here for 200 years.
Yeah, but is this something remnant and left behind by them? Is this predating them?
It doesn't look like it's related to dwarves at all.
Okay, so this has probably come about after the clan left.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, that's what I was more curious about. Just like to know a bit of history. That's all.
Yep.
Okay.
I'd go over to the guard for the rest of the caravan, or the guard captain,
Yep.
and ask him how long they plan on staying here as a thing.
I think 2 days should do the trick.
Yes, it gives us enough time to explore and
Enough time to explore. Gives a good day to sort of make some trades, get yourself some non-dried
Dried
biscuits.
food.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Get us something sort of going. Maybe even down to the tavern, have a drink, and see what they've got.
It sounds like an idea. Do you have any advice about this city?
I've only heard about it in my travels every once in a while. I have come by here. The tavern down there is a very large tavern. It's very, I like to say generic in the sense that it caters for the outsiders quite well, and the local area for the inns and stuff like that also caters for a lot of the outsiders. Probably my biggest suggestion at this present moment in time is just don't wander too far.
Yes, I heard they can be very
They
protective about
say as
certain parts
Amber
of.
already starts wandering.
Wandering.
I heard they can be very protective about
Yeah.
certain parts of their city.
When you enter in, once you've gone down the stairs and you're entering at the base of the city itself, you'll probably be travelling through the slums district. And you'll be then travelling through kind of the slums district on the next tier. It's a bit more sort of they call it the foreign quarter. There's really not that much difference between the slum districts and the foreign quarter for those foreigners who decide they want to stay in the city and enjoy it for some unknown reason. And there's also a mix of course, the pure bloods in that area as well. The third tier, if I remember correctly, is the merchants tier. So that's where a lot of the trade happens with the Yuan-Ti themselves, as well as all of the out-of-towners. Quite often, that tavern is usually a meeting place for most of them. It's very large, and there's a lot of people to go through here. And there's at least 4 or 5 different inns in the area to sort of help accommodate all the people travelling up and down. But beyond that, I highly recommend you don't go any further.
We will make sure that we do not disrespect the Yuan-Ti. And we will keep to ourselves and
I've
not
already
cause...
wandered off.
Where is Amber?
She's already starting to go down the stairs.
I'm fascinated by the architecture.
Oddsclaw, can you catch up to Amber and just stop her for a moment? I'm going to go put the carts in the...
I'm not honestly that fast. Give her the freedom. They won't let her go too far anyway.
In case my description wasn't enough and it was too detailed, I think classic Chinese architecture.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring.
Yeah, cool.
Just with a very distinct snake.
Snake.
Yeah, very, very
Aesthetic.
snaky Chinese architecture.
Don't
Yeah.
worry about it. Just
I was
let
thinking
her
like all
wander.
like
So it
carved
did actually come
white.
across then.
Yes.
No something.
I'm a snake.
Yeah, carved white
Just
stone
let them-
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
let her wander. The guards will stop her going anywhere she shouldn't
So,
be.
perhaps we should try some of the local delicacies. We could see if they have beverages, if they have tea.
Eat their eggs. I mean, what?
I just, at that, walk off, grab the lead horse of the cart and start pulling it towards the stables.
Yeah, you pull the horses into the stable because you guys are actually taking up a fair amount of forever.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've got a lot of stuff.
You see some of the half-blood sort of creatures. One of them with like scales all across the shoulder, stuff like that. Mostly bare, with like a loincloth or anything. It's kind of like comes up to goes, look after horse, yeah.
If you could please, yes.
Yeah, and then pulls your horse in and with the carts and stuff like that, and basically just start going through all the prep work. And you're like watching over him just to make sure they're doing it. It seems to be actually being quite proficient in what they're doing. Gives the horses a rub down as he's like pulls the saddle, the bits and bridles off and stuff like that, and puts them away for the time being, and then hooks the carts up to not be taken away too quickly.
Yeah. Do I owe you any money?
Silver piece.
Hand over silver. And then I'll sort of look at him and I'll be like, make sure the horses are well looked after, and I'll hand him another silver.
Yeah. Thank you. Can everyone please do me a perception check?
I would if I had dice. Why did I put my dice away?
What is
All life choices.
It's fine.
City looks interesting.
20.
I don't see.
I'm rolling that one again.
What am I rolling?
20.
Perception?
Perception.
18.
18. Pretty good too, actually.
19.
19. Good. 20.
20.
You're all rolling really well again.
Do I have a whole...
Okay, then it gets to me.
You got
Except for you, you're probably the only one who didn't notice.
Yeah, 13. No,
I don't know nothing.
12.
12? Yeah, you probably don't know so either. As you guys are like starting to head out the back entrance above the walkway, so you're heading underneath the walkway, you notice that on the very back of one of the columns, you wouldn't have seen from the entrance, but as you sort of start going downstairs, on the back of the columns is a paper that's been stuck to one of the columns.
I'll go over and have a look and see what it says.
It doesn't say anything, but it has a picture of an animal of some type.
Is it
Do I recognize the animal?
Do a nature check for me.
Nature.
Like the drawing of it is a little bit crude, so that's why it's a bit hard to understand.
Can I?
not gonna get this.
roll a 1 again.
I do not know what the fuck that is. I rolled a 2 and I've got no modifier.
You want to ask me?
Less than.
Sure. I'll sort of like. Antoine,
Hang on.
what is 6?
I would have gotten there before you guys because I'd wandered ahead.
Yeah, but would you have seen
Did you
it?
spot it?
No, she did. She got an
I
18.
did. I rolled an 18 to
She looked at it
nature
and
check.
she kept walking.
18 for nature check.
Yeah.
It is a.
I got 16. That's
The way it's depicted, it's drawing as like a ferret. What it looks like, and it's like got that like long body with the small paws, the thing over.
I don't know what that is.
Standing up on thingos with little hands.
Weasel.
I know what it is. It's a mongoose.
No.
That's why it's there, because I hate them.
Amber looks at it.
Like, the moment you said that, I'm like, that's a mongoose.
Amber looks at it and goes, that's a funny looking cat.
Bulky doesn't know.
That's a funny looking cat. Pulls out her book
Not into cat.
and keeps walking, but
I don't
studying
think that's
her
a
book
cat.
from Amber. No, she's
No,
ahead of
you're
us.
too far ahead.
I'm ahead. I look at it and go, funny looking cat. Look at my book from Rowan, and I'm like,
maybe if I stretch it out.
Yes.
Maybe if they just stretch the cat.
and then pulls out her like bit of charcoal and like in the corner draws an extra one.
It's either a regular cat with really short legs and arms.
It's the
So I imagine
miniature ones.
Yeah.
No, it's just got a really long
Munchkins.
torso. You know?
when I get
So she adds a note in
yes.
the corner that's alternative appearance of cat, and draws the picture in the corner.
That's not the cat.
It's a
No, I'm ahead of you guys. I'm by myself. I've wandered off.
All right, Alice.
Yeah.
If you're ahead of the party and you see this sign and you start drawing it down, that will stop you.
I'm drawing while I walk.
So
So I'm
so
not
it's
even
a
looking
very,
around
very
looking.
bad drawing.
I'm just like
So it's gonna be.
probably, but I'm walking and drawing and not paying attention. So I might walk into someone or
So,
something.
give me a dexterity check.
So
Athletic.
as we
It's
walk
also
past
very
it and I
crude
see
drawing.
that, I'm like, that's all. Antoine,
Oui.
you know animals and stuff, yes?
Well, it's got 4 legs. That's all I can tell.
It's not a
It's
cat.
It's
Like
like
an-
some sort of rodent.
Is it perhaps
on-
hot there?
It
Does
doesn't.
it look cute?
It looks mean.
Okay, it's not likely.
Hey, if you've ever seen a mongoose, they do not look cute. They look like they're gonna scratch your face off.
There you go.
Maybe it's a ferret.
19
Use
plus
this as a
1.
reference point.
For your nature check.
I can meet you at the other side.
Yeah. Ferret, mongoose, something like that.
Nah. See, look at its fangs. Its fangs are angled backwards. That's to stop things escaping. It's not a cat because it doesn't have large enough canines. Its tail's too short.
I know it's not a
Probably a
cat.
ferret or a mongoose.
The irony of a cat having large canines, but let's move on.
But what do you think these are?
But why would it be there? Are there any other locals around?
From that roll, I know that snakes don't like mongooses.
Yeah, that's pretty cluey.
Mongoose?
Well, snakes don't like ferrets or mongoose, so my guess this is a sign of someone who's either
You've
not.
got. Sorry.
This is a sign of someone who's either not liked, or is a threat, or it's a warning.
There is soldiers in the tower.
Like, is
sorry, in the
anyone
walkway.
happening to be walking up this thing while we're...
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
Yeah. So, if one of them's nearby, I'll ask, excuse me, does this sign mean anything?
As you like start walking down and like someone else is walking up, it's kind of like sort of mostly humanoid, but and you can't really, it's one of the locals here, but you can't see anything about this person that points them out to be completely different. They are as human as you possibly can see. Until they open up their mouth.
And then fork tongue?
And then a forked tongue comes out. Yes. No. That's nothing. the signal of that is he starts, as soon as you point it out to him, he goes up to it, sort of like trying to sort of be casual about it. But
So it wouldn't matter if I pulled it down then.
And I reach up and start taking it.
Yep, alright, you take it. Just, and he's like, look at that look at his face where he's about to do the exact same thing. But you've just beaten him to it.
I'm just gonna fold it and just put it under my hat for later notice.
And he kind of like looks at you like this intense stare for a moment, then moves on.
I'm gonna take an insight check as he moves.
Alright, go for it.
Because
Is he scared of it or like? Ah, it's pretty good. It's a 17 plus numbers.
Scared of something.
oh, so if it's not the problem,
It's a gang symbol. Dun dun dun.
It's 22.
Scared of something.
No, it's like Zorro, but he just masks all
It's not
all
you've
his
seen
opponents
scared
with a
before based on something
mongoose.
like this, but this is not quite what it is.
So the fear wasn't at the painting itself; it was against the response to the painting.
Something like that, yeah.
He was scared. Not about the painting, but I have a feeling that whoever drew this probably doesn't like the auntie much. Probably a threat or something like that. Or a slur.
Would not have
in-
been able to stay here for long. There's too many
well-
people around.
Well, there could just be a slur against it.
Let's keep an eye out for any more of these.
I'm just going to do this quickly.
And I just burn the paper behind my back.
Yeah. Alright, you burn the paper. And you guys start travelling down the stairwell.
Could have used
It's a bit of a travel because it's just not. There's no easy little method system to sort of get down unless you actually just jump on
is
it.
there a smooth groove channel down a bit?
No.
There's no slide.
There's no slide. And
I
you
know
guys
what
basically just travel down and just keep
I'm
going.
getting really, really bored of walking, so I'll Mitchell down there. Cast spider climb.
And then you climb down. That's what I was saying. It's really boring until you guys decide, no, fuck this, I'm going to cast a spell of some type, and then just go as you start
And
climbing
you
down
probably
the
come across me who's like further down.
Hi, Amber. Bye, Amber.
What is it, a big
And I just
rabbit?
like look over the edge like, oh, can I jump? Can I jump?
You can try.
And remember,
Yeah, can I try?
Yeah,
are you going to
okay.
jump angry?
No. I'm gonna jump and probably plaster my face. What is that? A
Athletics.
dexterity? Athletics? That's even better. 21.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You basically just get to a certain point when you think it's reasonable. So you're not going to like jump from the highest point to the
No. I'm a little smarter than that.
Yeah. So you get like about halfway through. Yeah, I can do this, and you just basically just flop yourself over the edge of the
Oh, cool.
first thing, and then just basically almost free fall. You find like one particular rock which you just do a bit of a jump off, and then you go with another rock, slip slightly, tumble into another rock. You're a barbarian who gives a shit, so you just keep rolling with it.
I roll a bit and just stand back up and go, cool,
Pretty much, yeah.
next one.
Next one.
And just keep going down like that.
Yeah. All right.
You only take a d6 damage each time. Fine.
Whatever.
Yeah, D6
I have
damage half.
101 health.
D6
I
damage
don't.
half because
Yeah.
bludgeoning.
No, I'm not raging.
She's not raging. She's not raging.
So I said whether she was going to jump angry.
No,
He's always angry.
Maybe after the first bump.
Fuck you all.
I'm not gonna get angry with the floor.
This is Amber we're talking about.
Hey, the floor
Let's be
is
honest.
to me.
At some point, years in the future in this campaign, you're going to get angry with the floor.
Yes,
And
son.
we're going to point this out to you.
See,
The first time for everything.
watching him do that, I'll look over and then see Amber just start jumping down. I'm just like, whatever, and I just start like mumbling like the Book of Kalimdor under my breath as I keep walking.
How far down?
And you got to just like climb down as well.
No, I'm gonna start listening out for thieves' cant under hushed words, people looking the wrong way, that sort of shit.
How much distance is it
Mismatching-
from the top to the bottom?
It is at least 100 feet of. It's directly 100 feet from the entrance down to the bottom
So of height,
of height. Yes.
Yeah.
So
I jumped down with a 21 as well.
You're only jumping around from like one level down to the next level in the zigzag. You're not jumping from 100
Oh,
feet.
yes,
with
yes.
a-
No. We're just going down each
Yeah.
level. Yeah.
No,
First,
I'm not going to force you.
If I was going to jump down 100 feet, I'd jump, and then 30 feet from the bottom, I'd misty step.
And you still cop 70 feet of falling damage.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
not how Misty Step works. You don't maintain the velocity, so it'd be fine.
well, the thing is, if you do that, we'll hold you to that. That when you teleport or have those sorts of things, you maintain your
Velocity.
kinetic energy, and we'll find ways to use that.
I can siege a castle.
Alright, okay, I will.
That's fine. Well, it's not as necessary for this game, but yeah.
Sure. Thanks for tying your my arm behind my back as the dungeon master. Thank you very much.
Now
Alright.
we're thinking with portals.
Fasting
thinking about
goes
that
in,
game
fasting
today.
comes out.
And you don't jump down all of them. You just basically jump one. And while you manage to do it with reasonable success, you know that at some point in time it's going to fail.
I was going to say, your luck's going to run out.
I mean,
run out.
Amber doesn't. Amber is going to keep doing it until she breaks something.
She's sitting there going, come on, Maury.
Her or the floor,
But you can't get angry at the floor, remember?
but she's not. She's gonna be like, oh shit.
Alright, can you do
bye-bye.
me 5 more rolls then?
Okay. That one.
Well, that happened a lot faster than I thought.
A nail. She wouldn't even flinch.
Not even your pretty blue nails?
No, my Amber doesn't care about her nails. Her beard, on the other hand.
Alright, first and foremost, you take some damage as you fall down, non-ceremoniously. Jesus Christ.
You land on your tuchus.
You land on your small pinky and take 2 points of damage.
You did break a nail.
She'll literally just be like, oh. Oh well.
Pinky toe.
I like. Oh, my pinky toe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stub your
That's
toe.
all.
I stubbed my toe. Ah, fuck. Oh, that hurt.
Then her momentum just
Shake,
carries her
shake,
into the next one.
Shake my foot a bit and go.
Oh, by the way,
That'll be right.
I rolled 2d6 because that's no guys.
Yeah.
Wow!
Appropriate.
She'll keep going. It wasn't enough to deter her. She'll be like, I'll be right.
Okay, then roll another one.
I'm tempted to go to you and say that I cast Spider Climb on you, but not actually cast it on you and see what happens.
The next one was
Just say, oh, you must be
22,
resistant to magic.
and the one after that was
Fucking hell, that's one way to kill
11?
a party member.
11 is a bit of a struggle. You tumble a little bit, you don't hit yourself though.
the next one is 17 plus 7, so 20.
Yeah, that's fine.
20 something. I don't know.
One more, I think.
23. 24.
And the next one is 10.
10.
Up, down, up.
You're at the
down,
bottom of
down.
the stairs. You're like, brushing yourself off a little bit for some of the gravel that may fall on and stuff like that. As Amber goes,
Right next to you.
Land on my ass, and all I do is go.
I was about to say, you
Oh.
could at least do a superhero landing.
No, I land on my ass and I just grab my ale. Well, that was fun.
What's my chances of landing on Amber?
I'll just catch you. Nope.
15 3 times in a row. That would be 15. Sorry. 21,
days-
21, 21,
the days of
15.
a dungeon master when they decide they want to
8.
jump down the short.
Oh, there we go. 8.
15
8.
again. Oh, 21 again.
8 was the actual tier above.
And then, sorry, hang on. 15, 15, 15. Sorry, 21, 21, 21. 1 plus 15. Then there was an 8, so that makes it 14. No.
Sounds right. Plus 6.
And then the last one was like 8.
You twist your ankle a little bit on that 8 and take 5 points of damage.
I can. I'm limping slightly.
Until you
Terminal
touch yourself.
velocity with you
Yeah,
is
then you
like a
touch yourself all
cannonball
over.
coming
Yeah, pretty
down.
much.
I was gonna
Solid
say,
stone.
he's also
cannonball.
wearing like
Gorgon.
heavy plate armor.
Yes, but because we roll with jumping as athletics, he can climb better than I can.
In this case, I'm using athletics, yes.
I fall better than you too.
Actually, a
Actually,
paladin
everyone
could
falls
be
the
one of the
same.
few people that could actually do therapeutic massage. Lay on hands.
Yeah, too.
And
Okay.
yeah,
Make a business of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep walking.
Alright. You two have reached the entrance of the actual city.
Do I catch Antoine?
Antoine is not too far behind.
Does he land in my lap?
I'll say the three of you guys.
Just like Anton's not too far behind.
No, he lands in my lap, I'd say. Probably, maybe.
Die.
Ale?
Oh, sure.
Three of you are at the entrance to the Yuan-Ti city. There is no actual door or gates or anything like that in this area. In fact, there is no wall, but there is that double stone sort of pillared sort of entrance with a weird sort of triangular thing that's sitting on both of these things across the
When you
entrance.
say pillars, are all the buildings on stilts?
Yes.
That's what you're saying? Okay.
Yes. In fact, when you get down to the bottom area, you notice that pretty much all the buildings, the way that they're being put together from what you're seeing, is that the pillars that you've seen above is almost completely through this architecture. So it's the pillars and the roof structure, and then more pillars and then the roof structure, and then more pillars and the roof structure seems to be the cornerstone of the engineering in this city. And then what they do is they attach then walls onto these columns, so the walls have no bearing on the weight of that.
Oh, they're not load bearing, they're decorative walls.
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So presumably, if this is trafficked by the merchants and everything else, there's like a path.
Yes, there is a path that almost goes directly straight towards the third tier, heading through the first tier and the second tier. It's got like a small set of stairs going up.
Okay, so does it go up to the building level, or do we walk through the columns to get to the next tier?
You do walk through. Well, you can walk around the columns without too much because there's no wall to sort of stop you.
Yeah.
There's like maybe a few buildings here and there. There's absolutely nothing stopping you just going that way or that way and then heading in.
But where does the common path for where
The common path, as soon as you get to that lower point, basically is directly into the centre of the city.
Okay, so that one does go under.
It
Or
goes
does it go through
up.
the slums?
Through the slums,
Through the slums,
and
okay.
then starts going into a stairwell that goes up, so it goes up to the second tier.
Mhm.
Then it goes through the foreign quarter, another stairwell up to the third tier, so on and so forth.
I'll yell back, I'll find a pub in the merchant area. Yeah. I will find a pub in the merchant area.
Okay.
Alright, so you start heading towards the merchant area. As you're heading through the first tier, you were seeing the same architecture you've been seeing before, but and these are like really tall
I assume I'll be
buildings.
travelling with Amber and Antoine as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very tall buildings, roughly
Pebble throw it.
somewhere between 7 floors, 10 floors in some cases. Think of like the really compact sort of skyscraper sort of city, but you know only 10 floors and stuff
Seems
like that.
a weirdly solid shanty town.
Yes.
Yeah. The
Very.
impression I'm getting where it's like
It's even an impression that perhaps government built in a roundabout sort of lacking way.
So it's like there was a committee that designed everything.
Yes.
the
This
People's
whole-
Party of 1T.
The whole city does actually have that sort of look to it. There is a symmetry and everything set up. There is no accidental sort of someone just shacking up here. But what does actually make it more of a slums is not the buildings themselves or how they're set out. It's just how the people have discarded rubbish here and there, sort of half stalls here and there with like fold out tables and like lean-tos and stuff like that, trying to sell whatever they can,
And
cook up with the
presumably
food.
So the-
everything's practical rather than ornamental. Or
Uh,
far
so the-
more is.
Yes.
Yeah.
The buildings aren't temporary, but the people look like they are.
Yes. Very accurate.
Yarn
yeah.
It's
Nation.
very harsh, but probably very true.
There is also
Instead
very,
of One Nation, Yarn
there is a
Nation.
bit of a mix here. Like even though you're being told that tier 2 is the foreign quarter, you still see the odd like half elf or human, especially the pure blood Yuan-Ti. They are just right through this area. You see different weird looking creatures. Some of them like have fangs or the eyes or the different weird skin
Have
colour.
I ever seen these before?
Probably not. These are not a common creature.
I'm trying to get a bit of a look at them in case I need to do a change self later.
Easily, basically, just in fact, it's the most simplest way of doing it, from what you can gather, is look like yourself and just add an extra feature that looks like a snake of some
Give
type.
myself a skin condition.
Skin condition, look like scales, or give yourself fangs, pointy
tail.
teeth, weird looking eyes.
Amber's just gonna turn to Antoine and go, I think these people are sick. They all look a little funny, you know? Something wrong with their skin and their eyes. Are they plagued, maybe?
No,
No?
they're like lizard. Snake.
Like Yorland? Oh, he was not a snake.
No, he was a dragon one.
Yes, he was like dragons. But then, you know, they're kind of like lizards. Well, you know, so they're snake people?
Yes.
One could say that dragons are like snakes with legs and wings. One would not say that here.
No, I thought dragonborns were more like dragons.
Yes. Perhaps this is a discussion for another city.
I don't understand why.
We're trying to find booze. Can you help?
Probably.
Gotta change the subject.
Can I do an intelligence check on, or whatever you decide check to figure out if I can find a place that sells ale?
Oh, look, there's a nice tavern over there.
I did say the first one in the merchant quarter, so let's not go to the slums.
So I'm literally look around and go, there!
Yeah, pretty much. As you point up to like the third tier, and you
Oh,
can
is
see.
it the third tier? Yep,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
It's called
I'm just quickly describing as you go through the second tier.
Yep,
It's
yep.
almost identical to the very first tier in a way that's been set up. It almost feels like it's just another tier of slums. However, there is just more other races here.
Yep.
You see the odd couple of Dragonborn here and stuff like that.
Does the architecture or the way that things are decorated have more of a cosmopolitan vibe to it?
The buildings themselves, no.
Like, are some of them obviously owned by other races, and so
Yeah.
they've decorated it differently?
There is like
Or
they
is
put
it
their
still-
it's still very Yuan-ti. It's still very sort of Chinese architecture type thing
Yeah.
in the way that the general structure of the buildings are, but all of their personal sort of twists that they put
Yeah.
onto it, stuff like that, also exist as
Yeah.
well. Like you probably see when you normally see like snakes coming out of the corners of the roofs and stuff like that. There's probably like one building and there's like a group of Dragonborn standing at the front who have. In a really rough way, sort of chipped at the snake to try and make him look more dragon-like, type thing, and there's probably like another set with like this group of dwarves who have decided to shack up here, who have put their spin on some of the architecture and stuff like that, and tried to rub out maybe the scales or something like that, and put some dwarven runes into it. But generally, you can see. There's still the same structure, still the same architecture, not quite as tall buildings. There's not as many people in this tier as there are others. And then they've just put their own little spins on and stuff like that. The walls, because they're all just ornamental and all that type of jazz, are the ones that have changed considerably,
Yeah, okay.
with a lot of art and drawings representing whatever race seems to look after
Yeah.
them. You two, as the rogues, also do see, especially in this district, a lot of those sort of different sort of thieving symbols representing things. From what you can gather in the symbols yourself, it's just like a whole heap of gangs. Gangs based off race or based off a creed or something like that, and there's quite a few of them in the area.
A bunch of back off, this is our turf.
Yes.
Sort of saying?
Sort of saying, yeah. And they're only just specifically to like one building. Think like the Judge Dredd type thing where it's like just that building is theirs type thing.
Say
But as soon as
Megablocks?
Sorry?
Mega blocks?
Yeah, pretty much. But in a really sort of small scale.
Don't fuck with Mama again.
Yeah. Then you head up to the third tier, and the buildings now no longer, well, at least to a lesser extent, have the same disregard. There's a lot more cleaning, a lot more brushing of the streets and down, and you notice that there's a big change as you get to this tier. And it looks a lot better. There is definitely a lot more dwarves and humans and half-elves, elves, whatever you want to call it, tieflings, sort of going through this place, sort of dressed quite nicely. A lot of merchants, from what you can gather, with their little entourages and stuff like that, sort of just going from like different building to different building in the area. And there seems to be sort of kind of like, in a lack of a better way, putting it offices of some of the Yuan-ti perhaps, or maybe even some of the outer people who
are just fancier and
yes, yeah.
So like more professional looking.
More
buildings.
professional looking, yeah. And in the centre where I said there's that big sort of open area, which is like a big giant courtyard, up and down there's like 6 buildings from what you can see on the very edges. And as you enter into this centre courtyard, and you can see just down the back is a big giant building. Massive building, which looks like it has quite a few different sort of wings and tiers in it. And you see this symbol on the side of it, written in the Chinese, but you do recognise it because you were pointed out too. That's the symbol that you pointed to, that's the tavern. And from what you've been hearing from everyone else, the tavern is a tavern specifically built for the merchants. And instead of building multiple taverns in different areas, they've just built this one with huge wings or different like little bars within the area type thing. And then those other 6 tall buildings, like they're only 4 or 5 stories high, but they're the inns for all the people who have come to do trade but have not set themselves up in a more permanent position here. And again, there's another well in the centre of town. Again, looks like it's tapping into that underground river from what you can see. As you head towards the tavern itself.
And what is the name of the tavern?
Just
The People's Tavern.
the People's Tavern.
The Salty Lizard Tavern.
Oh, jeez.
Sorry, the Salty
Snake.
Snake Tavern.
Yeah, that's what they suggested on the.
No, that's what
That's what I
he said.
suggested.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
The soy snake.
Snake.
The actual name
That
of
should
the,
be the next ship name for
It's,
starts with that number.
the actual name of the tavern is Ying Bing Yuan.
Yeah.
What?
And what does that Google translate to?
Ying Bing Yuan. I'm not telling you. Don't look it up.
I'm gonna guess it's the Salty Snake.
Actually, I wouldn't know this language, so no.
This is like a. It seems to be a bit of a dialect, or a very.
Languages? I can't remember where I took it.
The very
I do know.
No, I don't.
What is it again?
a very similar. In fact, it's not almost a complete replica of Kurahasu or something out that sort of eastern sort of part of Althea area.
The
What is it again?
Boshodan.
Yes, Boshodan, yeah.
What is it? What is it again? The name of the tavern?
Yingbing Yuan.
What is it? Ying
Yingbing Yuan.
Bing.
I think I'm
What's the last word?
Why you?
Yuan.
As
The thing is-
one T.
No,
Different.
I have tongues, so I'm going to be able to understand it
Yep.
because I'm going to
No,
talk to them
you-
in their native language.
Yes, but you won't be able to read it.
No, but I'm literally just going to go and ask
Speak
the
in
tavern
there.
owner.
How is it
What does
spelled?
the name of your tavern mean?
YNG
YNG
BIN
BIN
JIU sorry
JIU
GUAN. That's one word, that last part.
GU.
Yeah.
And I know I'm pronouncing that last part quite incorrectly, even though I've practiced it so
hang on,
much, I still forgot it.
GU.
GUAN.
Playing Stars Without Number got you going,
It
languages.
did, actually. It
Was that at the end M for Mary or N for November?
did. November.
According to Google Translate,
on,
it's
wait.
1 year light wine tube.
What?
Google Translate is hilarious.
When you go from English
Yeah.
to Chinese,
Can I,
and Chinese back.
can I confirm this, please?
Yes.
It's important.
Yeah.
YNG.
YING.
Oh,
Y-I-N.
YNG
Yeah.
BIN JIU
Yep.
GUAG.
AN.
Oh, AN.
Welcome, wine tube.
So wait, where are the spaces in this?
Ying.
This is one word. This is word. This is.
Ying is one word.
Yep.
Bin is one word, and the rest is one word.
Okay.
Oh, I thought. Yeah, okay.
So Amber's gonna say it very,
Differently.
very not correctly.
A lot of the people you've been talking to, other than the Yuan-Ti themselves, have been pronouncing it all wrong anyway, so I don't expect you guys to do better.
Ying Bin Gu Juguan. Juguan. I don't know what that means.
Reminded me of a story of
Juguan.
a friend of mine whose principal, when they were in high school, they had Chinese students come out, and the principal tried to speak Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
He was going, so, shay shay ni?
Oh, gee.
Yeah.
I actually tried to practice the pronunciation of it, and now I've just lost it.
Juguan.
I am going to
Juguan.
go there and see if there is.
I think I got it,
a
guys.
Servant or a attendant.
Alright, so as soon as you go there is a couple
Ying
of
Bing Jugan.
humanoid-looking sort of creatures out the front. One of them has sort of like only one eye in this case, but it has the slitted eye. But also surrounding that
Because
section of his
Amber
eye
doesn't
is
know any
also
better.
the snake skin scale, sort of also in that area. As he sort of like looks as you're coming towards him, and there's a him, and there's a couple of others also just like waiting there as well. He's the very first one. As soon as you start approaching, kind of like. As you're about like maybe 20 feet away from the actual tavern itself, and then immediately just actually starts walking out, heading towards you, and goes, would you like assistance in the tavern?
Yes,
Your translation.
Amber's basically bogan. Let's just put it out there. Just she's basically bogan.
Do you have travel stuff to put away, or do you have anything would you like me to put in the cloakroom?
Bin, not ban.
We would have left that with the.
The cart.
Yeah.
It's locked in the cart.
We'll send porters for that later.
I'm just talking on yourself at this present moment in time. Or do you have a cloak, anything put aside?
Oh no, it's fine. Were there balconies on this?
Yes.
Can we get 2 tables at a balcony facing the square? And some food and beverages.
Hey, you guys in and motions you to come in as the 3 of you guys. You guys are probably already hitting the bottom of the stairs by now by the time the guys have got to the tavern. So if you guys want to just walk directly to the tavern, you can. Otherwise, we can get to you guys if you want to do something else.
Well,
Probably
once
just
we
gonna
get
start
there,
walking
I was
to
just going to wait for them to turn up.
Okay, cool.
Once
So
I can see them.
You get,
I mean,
you go in, and it's actually quite a large. At least in this section, there's quite a large sort of open area that seems to go as high as about 3 stories within the tavern itself. But you can also see like little walkways up in that area and stuff like that. You see that there is a lot of people just going around this place. People sitting down at tables made of mostly stone, from what you can see, so they don't move all that far. The chairs themselves are probably more wood because it's more practical in that sense, but you see a lot of that type of stuff. You see there's balconies galore up in the up areas, and you are escorted up a set of stairs going up to one of the balconies in the area.
Amber stands there staring at the sign, trying to pronounce it for ages, even after he walks in, and then all of a sudden gets hit with a brainwave and turns around and runs to Imperius.
Runs back through the slums.
Yep. Runs back to Imperius.
Alright, so you basically head out the tavern, head back down the stairs. Alright, head down the main street and stairs.
Oh dear.
Okay. Alright, and you basically sit down at the table
Yep, presumably with Antoine.
with
Just
Anton.
with me.
And then you guys have now reached the bottom of the thing.
It's a snake cat! That's what it is! She writes a modification in her notes.
Amber,
What?
No, that doesn't matter. Oh, Imperius, I have a brilliant idea!
that's a mongoose.
I have a brilliant idea! No, it's a snake cat.
It doesn't look like a goose at all.
Kind of take offense to that.
What?
That's.
But it can't
It's
be
not a cat. It's a type
But
of
it's
rat.
not a goose. It's
No.
not a...
It's a type of rat. Not cat.
You just said it was a type of goose. A mongoose.
A monogoose.
It's a monster goose.
Monster goose. It's a
I'm
single
as
goose.
confused as Oddclaw is, so I'll just brush
It's like
it off.
Pokemon.
But Imperius,
What?
you make things, right? I have an idea.
I mean, I attempt to, yes.
I need you to
Mostly
make.
successful,
I need
so.
you to make me a helmet. No, not a helmet. A hat. But instead of it being a hat, like a hat, it's a table. You know when we can't find a table at the tavern? It just hit me. We walked into the tavern and I saw the tavern
Amber,
tables.
At that point, I literally
Amber,
unstrapped my shield.
I've got a question. How hard did it hit you?
I honestly thought the
Pull my
question was...
shield off my back and I just place it on your head.
But no, now I have to hold it. If I have a helmet that, is attached...
Have you
don't
done
have
this to- before?
Yes!
Yes, once before, yeah. Twice.
I'm the tavern
3 times.
table.
Right.
4 times.
I just sort of grab my shield and put it back on my back. I'm like,
Anyway, but also, what do
Okay.
you mean? What hit me?
Never mind.
But
I'm-
it's a
I'm-
banner. It means I
I'm
can
sure
drink,
I-
and I don't have to let go of my axe, and I can sit there comfortably while it sits on my head.
Mental note as the dungeon master of this stream: don't give Alice too much coffee.
I mean, yeah, probably. I'm sorry, guys.
Don't
I've
give
had a
her
lot of
any
coffee.
is the correct
I'm
answer.
just waiting for her to work out that if you drill a hole in the shield or the table thing, you could put a straw through. So it can be like the weirdest beer hat. You have like 2 barrels on the top with straws and just Amber under there going, I'm good.
Also, to point out, it's because I had a lot of espresso coffee, and it was a mocha, so I had a lot of sugar in there too. And by sugar, I mean chocolate.
I'm going to start drawing designs for a table hat that will incorporate a drinking apparatus, but also a slight mechanism so that we can put food on a plate and then lower it down to her. Like a lazy waiter.
Yeah.
I'm gonna point to it and
She's so proud of this idea, by the way. She's like beaming with pride. She's like, it's the geniusest of ideas she's ever come up with.
like, let's
Now,
go to the tavern.
I'm doing a slight reverse here because what I want to do is everyone can do this together because it makes it easy that way. Can everyone please do me a perception check as they're walking through the main street towards the tavern in the first 2 tiers?
Nope.
It's a nice city you got there.
Oh, better than I thought.
Because it'd be a shame if
Something
someone
happened
would
to
have to it.
19. Apparently I'm
13.
observant today.
Sorry?
13.
15. 15's probably good enough too. What about you, Chris?
It's like a polar opposite of my luck
Oh,
last
16
night.
on the
Anyone
dice.
basically who got 15 or above.
Not me.
You definitely see, especially in the slums district where it's probably not as policed as much, more of those mongoose drawings here and there.
And Amber's just going to be pointing them out. Hey, look, more snake cats. Oh, look, there's another one. Another snake cat.
I'm going to go grab one and rip it off and see if there's anything else on me.
No, it's just a bit of paper with the drawing of the mongoose on.
If I hold it up to the light, is there anything on
It's just a
Covered in
drawing of
lemon
the-
juice.
Yeah, covered in lemon juice. No,
No,
it's
just
drawing of the
actually-
mongoose.
to it.
Considering I've got forgery skills, can I actually look and see if there is a hidden message like lemon juice or anything like that?
You're probably smart enough to hear the hidden message in this is the symbol itself.
Before we go into the tavern and we, progress, can we take a break?
I was about to. I was
I was
waiting.
'cause it's
I
a
just wanted to
very
get this
appropriate
part.
time to take
It
a
is a
break.
very appropriate time to have a quick break. That is correct. Alright. It's just a case of, did you want to just quickly check this out? And when you did, you grabbed a piece. One of the pieces.
I'm going to grab one. I'm going to fold it up and I'm going to keep it in a pocket in my
somewhere?
bag.
I've already drawn a copy of it in my
I
book.
wouldn't carry that. If we get searched and that's on us, it's not going to look good for you.
That is actually quite a smart call.
I
They
guess
could think that you are the one placing them around.
Look, you keep it if you want to take the risk, but I ain't part of it.
I don't know you.
I'll take it out and I'll put it in my boot.
Alright, you just put it in your boot.
Meanwhile, Amber has also added an entry to her book, which is Snake Cat, and she's drawn that in, and she's writing what she presumes to be this animal. Underground
Snake
cat.
Alice, can you do me a favour?
Yes.
Make this happen.
Yeah.
I can do this. I can actually do that. Yeah. Okay.
I like it.
You have to misspell snake.
Snake.
Snake cat.
Snack cat.
Snack
Alright.
cat.
So you guys head
Long
towards,
cat. Long snake cat.
You guys head towards the tavern.
Sausage cat.
You see,
Long.
as the second group basically is heading towards the tavern and stuff like that, you probably
Slinky cat.
see up on the third tier or something on the third floor of this tavern, or reasonably close to the top. There's like a veranda sort of hanging out into the main sort of courtyard that they've asked for, and you see a Mia
Waving at you.
waving at you. And as you guys are approaching the tavern like before, one of the Yuati sort of gentlemen basically comes out, can I help you tavern drink?
Oh, I like your tavern, Yin Bin Gui Guan. It's a nice tavern. I like your tables.
I will.
Are they traditional?
Quiet, Amber, please.
What? I'm
I
trying
believe the
to.
term is muzzle the dwarf.
I'm just trying to compliment the decor.
At that point, I will cast tongues on myself and go. I apologise for my colleagues' over-eagerness.
It's kind of like a look of.
I'm surprised you didn't call me an uncultured swine.
Well, you might have. You
don't know.
And you were speaking it, very proficiently, and he knows why. And suddenly, goes into it. You're tired of all the guy, you.
Yeah.
And you guys are talking with each other. Thank you for speaking to us. Honoured guests.
It is. Unfortunately, I do not know your tongue as well as I would like. This is a spell that I've cast on myself to allow me to do so. But I figured it was more respectful than what was being said.
Then it is appreciated.
We are here to drink with the gentleman on the first floor balcony.
Yes, I will take you to him now.
Thank you very much.
Escorts you through the place, and again you see the big open area. There's like a big bar at the back. You go up to the top area, essentially, where they are, and then you're also into the area. There's a reasonably big table because you're a big group.
And at that point, before he leaves,
Yep.
be like, if you don't mind me asking, what is the name of your tavern?
I'll get you food. The Welcome Tavern.
The Welcome Tavern. I feel very welcome here, and I thank you for your assistance.
Would you like me to get you any drinks before I head off?
I think a round of teas would be very nice.
Granted, I will be back.
The one TTs.
Yes.
You want TT? Yeah.
I think that's perfect time
And
for a break.
on that note, when he goes off to get you your tea, he doesn't actually go downstairs or anything. They go to the main bar. He kind of goes off to a side sort of thing.
Yeah.
To sort of make you the drinks and stuff like that. It doesn't take too long, and he comes back out again with a pot of tea, plus all your six cups and saucers and stuff like that sort of go with it. It's actually a really nice sort of ceramic thing. Still in the same sort of style where it's got like that sort of wrapped around, snake around the thing, and even the handle of the cups themselves seems to be like the mouth of a snake or something like that. You put your finger through. I feel like as you do it, you put your finger through it. If you do that, it'd be like it's like the snake trying to bite your finger. Look,
Mage hand.
yeah, mage hand.
Visible mage hand.
I'm just grabbing it by the wall of the cup.
And on that note, we will have a break.
Yes.
We'll be back in about 15-20 minutes.
I'm about to post a picture in the memes.
Are you?
So if everyone wants to, if you want to post on the Discord,
on the Discord channel, yes.
if you want to post the links,
Yeah, right. We're gonna have a break for about 15-20 minutes. We'll be, back.
Yes.
And yeah, we'll
More shenanigans shall ensue.
exactly right.
guys, and Alice.
What is that about eating a block of butter?
What?
So, no. Let me explain this.
Okay.
Let me explain.
He'll have a brand new. We like good butter, so
Yeah.
we'll try different types of butter. His way of testing that is to get home, open up this butter, get a knife, slice off a thing of butter, and then just eat it. And then if it's really good, he'll go get some crackers and then just start scraping off butter with the crackers and eating the crackers.
Sounds right by me.
I mean, the cracker part makes sense. The butter
The
part.
butter part doesn't.
No, it's the only way to get a good taste. No, it's the only way to get a good taste of butter for butter.
My
you
favourite
eat
butter
butter
is
by
like that
itself.
So
Salty kind
why
of
aren't you doing that with
oily
garlic
kind of
butter? 'Cause-
flavour. Like it's not
And then toast it a little bit on the cracker. You're working on something.
like it's got like
I just make toast and use garlic
He's
butter
doing it really
butter because
You
it's
call it
amazing.
Garlic butter and mashed potatoes.
You cracker.
All right, guys, you are all sitting up in the tavern on the third floor,
Eating butter.
and eating butter on the veranda. Yes, they're all crackers.
No.
So
We have butter dumplings.
I imagine we're drinking tea.
Yes, you are drinking tea.
And
I
eating
imagine it's some
butter.
sort of
tea.
either jasmine or green tea.
Something like that, yeah.
Yes.
Actually, probably not here. Probably it's still a tea in every sense of the word, but you can, especially probably you at least. If Rowan was having this tea, probably
Taste all
the
the
hint
different
of
mosses.
toss of moss, yeah. A bit of a mushroomy sort of also taste to it, like a very small hint of it.
Yes,
Amber's
I feel
gonna
like this-
Amber's gonna
this tea
look at
tastes
it.
like dirt.
Why is their water so dirty? Push it away. Drinks her ale.
It's tea. Try something from another culture. It'll be good for you.
Try something with other culture.
Tea's a letter.
With a culture.
Tea is
Yeah,
a
with
drink.
a different
You
culture.
have seen,
Ale is a drink.
you have seen people drink tea before.
Have you been to Middlemark ever before?
Only when I passed through, and then shortly after I met you guys.
So you started
Was that
in Middlemark?
I don't really remember.
It's a
Well, tea is much different in Middlemark, but it's still tea.
it's an hot drink. It is made from stewing a leaf in hot water.
Oh, is that what it was? I thought it was just like. I guess it is flavoured water.
Yes, but that's what this is. It just doesn't have milk in it.
Or sugar or honey or
Dancing Bear, where?
Whereas ale is
Did I miss
just
it?
ale is just flavored water with something that has died in it.
No, it hasn't. I didn't
The
put anything.
fermenting is things which are dying.
no.
I'll grab the tea, sniff it,
Technically not.
take a sip.
It's actually things that are living. Because sugar.
They were just trolling you.
But it's like you got a face like a cat's ass.
Glug, 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 glug. Better.
You don't pour it all over the floor.
It's fine, it's dirt.
Prestidigitation. Thank you.
I meant the tea, not the floor.
And I cast prestidigitation again to make her ale taste like tea.
The cups are contaminated. Throw the whole thing. That's better.
Presentation again.
Although I might use Mage Hand if you literally threw the cup away.
I did.
So do you
It
catch the
tasted.
cup?
It was contaminated. It tasted like
Try to
dirt.
use Mage Hand to catch it out of the air and float it back.
Alright, it floats back onto the table near Alice.
Not within
Amber,
arm's
sorry.
reach.
Just
Good because
on the
I
other side of the table.
she
just leave the cups where they are. You do not need to break other people's stuff.
they haunted.
What's
Cups are
it?
not dirty. It's just the what
Need
tastes
more
like
guns.
dirt.
The cups are haunted.
Cursed.
It's not
So-
a curse.
They're haunted and cursed. I don't trust the cups here.
The snake people, they run underground. Everything tastes like dirt.
Okay. What are we going to do here?
Oh right, like they're cats.
I would like to see if they have. Looks like from what I can see here, they
I'll
have
pull
some
out my
very
book,
fine
I'll show you
silks.
my
Would you actually buy some?
My
What the hell is
set.
that?
I haven't decided what to
I
call
was
it.
interrupted in getting
Oh,
good
the
clothing
mongoose
made
thing
in the
that-
previous.
No, it's not a goose. It's a
we have
cat.
to sort of
It's the
leave there
name.
It's a long cat.
quicker than I would have liked.
Slinky cat.
What is a slinky?
Have you seen
You know,
any
like
of your
it's long and.
more underhanded friends around?
This is a very vibrant town with some very interesting characters.
Figured. I imagine you'd want to go talk to them at some point as well.
We'll see what is going on. But the important thing here, perhaps there's something that you and Antoine can help with.
What?
These people were surely to have gods.
Well, that is one of the things I want to ask
their
about.
temple, and I would not suggest opening with the line of, "So are your gods dead or just us?" But if you find a better way of saying that,
Well, as far as we know, only one god is dead.
The thing is, I don't. While we did destroy him, I do not think he is dead. He is just
Although
hopefully moved back to his own plane.
Kicked out for a while.
Moradin did kind of come to me as a spirit, so I guess maybe he's dead too.
You drink
to say.
spirits?
Yes, I do.
I do
Why
not
don't
know
we
your
do
god well enough to commune with them, so.
Well, he's a dwarf. He's also not my god, but he is the god that visited me. One of the gods that visited.
Well, there's plenty of dwarves around here you could ask, perhaps.
What? What am I asking?
The other dwarves in town?
About
Whether or
what?
not they've heard
whether
from
Moradin is dead.
Ah,
But
I
even
feel
then,
like they wouldn't take that too well.
even some of the followers of the gods did not know that their divine gods were
They know
losing
something
powers.
is wrong, but they don't know what it is.
Yes.
That man that you were talking to before with that funny sibilant kind of whisper shit.
Yeah, you sounded
It's called another language.
very weird.
That
Weird.
that other language, whatever it was. You could ask him.
Where the nearest temple is, maybe.
Me. Are the temples to?
I would not think that he would know what the.
Perhaps where are the temples to their gods? Not if there are temples to their gods.
I just thought of something. You still got tongues going, don't you?
Yes, I will have it for another 40 minutes.
So when you're speaking to each one of us, you're using our native language.
Yes, I'm swapping languages so quick.
So we can only understand when you're directly answering.
Yes.
What is your native language?
Desert speak.
What does it speak? Huh?
So I'm speaking to you in Dwarvish.
Speaking
I'm
to me
speaking to you in Halfling. If I spoke to either of you, it'd be in your native. Well, I already know Celestial. I've spoken to you in it before. The joys of being
Do the
who I am.
Tabaxi have their own defined language?
Not that I'm aware of. We sort of just float, so we take the culture of where we come from.
Well, I was going to say, I'd start speaking to you and see if it sounds any different to anyone else. Because to me, it just sounds like I'm speaking.
Can you understand that? Well, I mean, if you,
Sorry, which language is everyone trying to speak?
I'm speaking to
He's
Encore.
got.
Well, he's.
I've got tongues on.
Tongues on, yeah.
Because they wouldn't be from.
But hang on. If
Imperial
you're
speak?
speaking in tongues, it naturally picks up languages that that person knows.
Yes.
So even if I do have a native language, I don't know it.
Yeah. It's basically
So-
just common.
So I'm just speaking common to you.
And even then, it would probably still go to a facsimile of common if I knew another language and chose not to speak it with you.
Yeah.
That's true. That's very true.
It's just the language you most commonly use.
Is
basically.
common.
So-
Tabaxi does have its own language, by the way.
Does it?
Yeah, but Oddclaw doesn't know that.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
So yeah. So basically, I'm speaking to you in
No, I am
Imperial.
aware that
Pretty much.
I speak to you in Imperial.
Imperial's probably very important because while a lot of the other countries do have a native dialect, Imperials don't. Probably only very few people who do.
What do you mean? Don't have a native dialect?
Don't have a
They
native
speak
Imperial-
common.
They speak common. That is their native dialect.
Okay.
So they are if I was to speak from Middlemark, it would be a German. I'd be speaking German or something like that. Whereas Imperial is common. They are basics.
Or rather, common is imperial.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. At least from their perspective, it's definitely like that.
Yeah.
It is like people from England can't speak the language wrong at all.
Have you ever tried to listen to a South Londoner and understand what they're saying? Sort of go. They were words, yes.
I think at least 3 of those 5 sounds were words.
Yeah. You just sort of jumbled together in the middle there. So if you could just spread it out a little.
As you guys are like relaxing amongst yourselves and having a bit of fun with the conversations you're having, the interesting languages you seem to manage to talk when you have this spell going, you are overlooking the courtyard because you're in one of the top tier areas. Randers are actually looking on the outside of this area, and you see a group of about a dozen soldiers come into the courtyard, and behind them is a human but with a snake's head. Head is completely a snake.
It's just be like, stop it.
I just like
Sort of look out and be like,
I'm aware of Yuan-Ti enough to know the more they look like snakes, probably the chance are they're more important. And this one's surrounded by soldiers. So I'm just going to punch you in the shoulder and just like lower my head slightly as they come in.
You guys I'm talking like, because you're overlooking the courtyard area just out front of the tavern.
Oh, okay.
And you guys are like a level 3, so you're not really anywhere close to them.
All right.
It's just because you are on the outside overlooking the
Probably a good
courtyard.
idea not to draw attention to yourself.
You can see this sort of unfold as this group comes into the courtyard itself.
So the soldiers.
In that case, I'll kick Amir under the table and
will-
just make a hand signal for big cheese.
Yeah, I am trying to get to what they're doing. As they come into the courtyard, they square up and then march up the centre of the courtyard, and then they stop out the middle section of the 6 buildings I mentioned before, which are the inns. Stop, form a cordon, about turn to the left, or is your left. And then head towards the middle of the 2 buildings in a big group. Then they enter in. Of the 10 soldiers that are there, 6 of them go in and then 4 of them stay out the front. The 4 out the front basically just spears up and like stand straight and just sort of like wait for everything to happen. The 6 go into the building. The time passes, not a huge amount, a couple of minutes maybe, and then you start hearing screams. They're a little bit muffled because there's somewhere inside that building, but the building, because of the way the walls are, don't siphon it out all that much. Hear some screams, hear some sort of noises being sort of done. While you can understand the language, you just can't quite hear enough of what's going on.
so I'm hearing words here and there that make no sense.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. However, amongst the words you do hear is stuff like where, mongoose, resistance.
At that point, does this table have like a candle on it at all?
Yep.
Do I hear the mongoose part?
He does because it's in the language.
It's in the language.
Oh, okay.
At that point, I pull out the piece of paper that I had in my boot and just hold it over the candle.
Yeah. It just basically
For
gets light
some
up.
reason, I thought you were going to make it into a paper plane.
I just raise it.
I am wise enough to know no!
I assume that I'm aware enough to have noticed he's heard something. He's heard nobles. They're
Oh,
going
yeah,
in there,
Susie
there's
pulled-
screams.
you know exactly
and
what
he's
he's
pulled the
doing.
paper out and said,
Yeah, I thought they'd be looking for them.
Apparently, it's a symbol for the resistance.
Ah, that's cool.
Okay.
What?
This was a high vaulted
You
cabin.
have
Yes.
a.
Yeah.
Get my bird.
Yep.
Launch off the edge of the balcony.
Yep.
And fly over and around that area.
Okay, so the bird jumps up, goes up high, so you want to try and get the highest you possibly can, but it's not
so
a big.
he's not going to be attacked by.
Yeah, no, I
not being
understand.
people's field
Yeah,
of
I
view.
assume you just like want to try and not be seen as much as you possibly
Yeah,
can,
and just get a closer look.
Get a closer look. Okay.
You don't know I have it drawn in my book.
Probably what you could actually do is probably you probably haven't
Only those
noticed
two
that
do.
there are probably still birds in here.
Oh, and Antoine,
Probably
I show
more.
What?
I would suggest tearing that page out and burning it too.
What
It looks
page?
nothing like a mongoose. It looks like a long cat.
Right, fine, fuck it, I don't care. The long cat.
It's not a what? It's not a goose.
No,
Whatever
it's the
a
symbol of a
mongoose
criminal
is.
gang in this city. Get rid of it.
No, it's a long cat. I
Which
haven't
is
decided if it's a long cat
Can
or a
you
slinky
actually
cat.
can you do me a
Dexterity?
yeah, we'll do
I was going to say, she was drawing this while she was walking down the hill.
Do you want to do that with disadvantage?
Yeah, I'll do it with disadvantage. Yeah.
Didn't make much of a difference.
It's either a good thing or a bad thing.
Yep.
Probably a bad thing.
I'm
What are we
hoping-
doing?
Dex.
Dex or
Dexterity?
What did you
sleight
roll?
of hand, probably.
Flat dexterity?
That would be
Slightly.
artistic toolkit.
14.
It's actually not too bad. It actually looks like somewhat of a mongoose.
Alright.
And all of my notes next to it say
Snake cat.
no, in like it's like it says snake cat with snake crossed out and says long cat crossed out slinky cat with a circle around the slinky
I'm
part.
going to stand up and walk away from the table.
And it's got all of these notes. Her presumptions as to what it's like.
Amber.
Things has long belly so that it can slither
more
across
cats.
the ground and have a warmer belly.
Amber, for now, put the book away, please. They're looking for the pictures.
Why? I can show them.
No, do not show them under any circumstance because it's part of a resistance that's in the city, and if they find it, they will probably arrest you.
Also, more importantly, if they find it, they'll probably take and destroy the book. Don't let that happen.
Put it in the haversack. They'll never find it.
It's not on this plane of existence anymore.
It doesn't exist.
Understanding Amber speak.
Also, am I the only one when you're saying long cat thinking of long pig?
Yes, what is long pig?
Humans.
Don't want to know.
You'll have to look it up.
Long pork.
Humans are
As you go
donuts.
through this conversation about the book and stuff like that, and you put it away, after the noises you've been hearing, a group of people, like 3 of them, get dragged out by the 6 soldiers into the main street. And then basically the 10 sort of get together holding these 3 people and shove them along and start moving out of the courtyard. You also, sorry, probably the other thing you also notice is that a lot of the people in the courtyard are just big, sort of give them as much room as they possibly can.
Amir,
I'm going to follow at a distance.
Okay, so you're going to go down onto the ground and have a bit of follow distance, which is not too difficult for
No,
you to do.
actually, no, I wouldn't, because this is Oddclaw, who comes from the Imperial City where people getting dragged out because of their skin colours and shit is the norm.
It's the norm, yeah.
He doesn't give a fuck. He goes over to the bar and orders another drink.
However, you do get your bird to at least have a look and see what's going on, give you a bit of a closer look and stuff like that.
I'd be like, can you get your bird to go see what the store is?
Yes, I can have a look. I was just about to look through the bird's eyes. When I do that, I will not be able to hear what you are saying.
Okay. I will.
The bird has a look, gets reasonably close, can like land on like one of the roof sections of the whole building as it's watching the bird. The 3 people that are brought out are more of the Yuan-Ti. None of the foreigners, but 3 of the Yuan-Ti in the area, which you find interesting. So it looks like it is somewhat focused on their own citizens. But other than that, you have no idea who these 3 people are. And then they basically get escorted out to somewhere down the side of the tier because of the way the tiers work, and then disappear from your view. Do you want to continue following with bird?
In general, yes. I want to see whether they move up a tier or down a tier.
Eventually, the bird starts moving off, and it gets out of your distance that you can do if you're doing a visual sight thing. But after a while, it disappears for a bit behind some of the buildings. It's heading in a roughly west direction. It follows them as much as it can, and then comes back and then tells you, they go down, and then they eventually go up a different sort of path into the upper tiers. And after a while comes back, tells you that they go up 2 tiers. So they go past the religious district and up into the next district, just the one before the palace.
Okay, so 6.
Yeah, you're in the 3rd tier at the moment. The 4th tier is a religious, and the 5th tier, I don't think you've been told yet.
No.
Okay.
So that's once the 7th man comes back. Imagine the waiter.
Yep.
I'm going to ask him if he knows where any of the city's religious buildings would be, so I could ask some questions of their.
They are in the 4th tier for the religious district, but foreigners are not allowed.
Is there any way to contact someone from there so I could have a conversation with them?
I do not know myself. I have not known anyone who want to do such a thing. Perhaps talk to the guards at the entrance to the district, perhaps?
I will do so. Thank you very much.
Is there anything else you would like? Would you like tea or would you like some food?
Yes, bring us some of your local cuisine.
What is your variation of meat in pastry?
The meats in the area, depending on what you are looking to pay for. For a standard fare, we have these slugs. Nutritious. The right sort of ingredients and the right mustard put in together for the flavoring. Very nice.
Are they wrapped in Sims?
Imagine the bugs with.
That is for the poor and unfortunate in the lower district, not here.
Just bring us some of your finest food, and I hand over 3 gold pieces.
Yep. Alright, it's like bows to you, goes off. Probably
Mark those off.
10-15 minutes later, it comes by with an entree to start off with, because 3 gold pieces is a fair chunk of stuff. And whatever they're cooking, you have no idea what it is, because it's not sliced up into bits and pieces here and there, wrapped in a leaf of some type. You open up the leaf, of course, and you see weird sort of squishy meat sort of thing with perhaps maybe some root vegetables of some type, but they're just not familiar enough. But it smells good.
Do we know how far we are from the surface? Because we've been travelling through the mountains.
You've been travelling through the mountains,
And we
that's correct.
probably could tell you.
Do we know how far it is to get to...
Apparently I ate it.
Somewhere,
Ate it. We've got guts going.
somewhere between half a mile to a mile.
I'm just going to sort of I need some.
Actually, tastes not too bad.
I've eaten
It's one of those scenarios where you kind of have no idea what it is. You don't want to know what it is because that'll probably put it off for you.
My dice roll says that I ate it like this.
Half
Yeah,
the true
pretty
food. As I eat it, it doesn't taste too bad. I'm like, where did Odd Claw go? I've finally got some food with flavour in it. So you'll enjoy
No,
this.
Oddclaw hasn't actually left because he said that he.
So he's just over at the bar. Yeah?
Yep.
Odd Claw,
What?
I have food.
Has she put the book away?
Yes.
All right.
Amber just goes, what book?
Doesn't exist. It's currently not on this plane of existence.
I'm going to take a check for anyone looking around because I
Spot the
figure
secret police.
if anyone is going to be paranoid in a city built on racial terms, it's going to be someone coming from the Imperial City.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
That is.
Yeah, do me a quick perception check for me.
Garbage. 5
get?
plus 5.
10. Okay, you don't see anyone out of the ordinary sort of doing anything strange. I mean,
No.
it's hard to tell because there's a lot of strangeness here because you've got a
Yeah.
large collection of different types of people here.
Yeah.
It's only strange in the sense that what they're doing is probably typical for them. Just a little bit strange within the city, I guess.
All right.
It's not strange, it's
The
fine.
way it
Yes.
sits is I just want out of this damn city now.
Well, it's probably not going to be available until we leave with the rest of the caravan, and I've got some questions I need to ask at a different place.
Why is it that every fucking city we have to go to is a fucking hellhole?
At every city.
That's why I like
Name
the
the
forest.
reason. I'm sure where you're from isn't exactly pleasant.
No, but at least I know where to go to be safe.
Well, at the moment we have not much of a choice.
If we are going to be staying the night, or whatever time it is, I do suggest we find a place to rest our heads.
I'm sure he will suffice.
What's wrong with the cart?
I think that inn over there, and point to the one that just got raided,
Alright, yep. Done.
would be a good one to go to. Lightning doesn't strike twice.
Well, it does, but not very often.
I'd rather not. They just got raided. I don't want to get caught up in that shit.
But they just got raided, so they've already cleared out that space, so they won't go back there again.
Or
That
they
is his reasoning.
It goes from a no vacancy to vacancy sign.
At least we know there is a room. At least we know there is a room 3.
TBD is correct. He says lightning does strike twice if you're a wizard.
Yeah, that's true.
Or you have a wand of lightning.
Yeah.
Alright, what do you guys want to do? You
There's
want to
no
head to,
major
head to that one or?
Well, I'd probably wait around for the rest of the meal first and make sure everyone
More meal
eats.
comes, it gets placed in front of you and stuff like that. Whole bit sort of different. It's like a weird sort of crustacean, I guess, by the weird sort of hard shell giving you, and it's like a nutcracker sort of tool, sort of get out and stuff like that.
It's
to be an underground river.
steamed baby
Hams.
bullets.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to say.
And dessert is pudding about this big.
Yes.
Steamed hams. So yeah,
Fried ice cream.
once the meal's done, I will sort of thank our hosts as we leave, and I'd be like, I need to stop by the religious district if I can possibly talk to someone.
Do you think they worship a snake?
I imagine it would be something of the like, yes.
I don't know if I'm curious or not.
Actually, would I know anything about a snake god?
Do a religion check for me.
This is probably
Also,
not
when
going to
you were
work.
describing it in the intro thing,
That actually worked.
No.
2 snakes meeting over a rising
There
sun.
is. Remember, I told many times in my time, many people who become dungeon masters, no such thing as a new idea. It's just how you tell it.
So, I got a 19.
19 overall.
Yes.
That's
If they know the
probably.
riddle of steel.
It's probably good enough. You have heard one of the gods. I believe it's the main god of the Yuan-Ti, that calls himself Mershok.
Mershok.
Mershok, like chalk. Mershok.
Okay.
He's a well-known sort of Yuan-Ti god that just is just pure evil. Doesn't really care for even the own race of the Yuan-Ti, except for those who are like the closest to followers and stuff. And beyond that, sacrifices, blood drinking, everything you can possibly think of under the sun of a very sort of tribalistic sort of god, followed by tribalistic type people. And it is pretty much one of the main gods of Yuan-Ti. Depending on where you look on YouTube, online, is the main god or isn't the main god? I don't know. So I just chose this one.
Okay.
It changes by edition.
It kind of, yeah.
It changes by how evil they want to make the Yuan-Ti at the time. So, yeah, I mean, like, I want to talk to some of the priests here about...
Why?
Because I want to know if they've felt any difference in power since everything that's happened.
It is a dangerous thing to try and do.
It is, but
It could
Not
be considered.
convinced that it matters.
all I'm going to do is go talk to the guards and see if I can get someone to come out and talk to me. I'll have a quick chat and then I will leave.
A quick chat is a good idea. I do not think we should go poking our noses around. It is probably best that we do not dilly-dally or
I think in
cause problems. We have a bit of a deadline as
I
it is.
think a highly restrictive region, suddenly having someone who claims to be from another religion walking in, asking about your gods and claiming Kalimvor on your sigil, is probably a bad idea.
Well, there's an easy solution for that, and and everything changes.
Right, but you're still human.
There are many clerics out there that just study all of the gods.
How serious do you want to find out this information?
Is it that
I
important?
think it would be advantageous to find out.
Why?
Because you can go to them and say, as a humble follower of the second most powerful god,
It depends on if they follow multiple gods here or not.
flattery will get you very far.
I will just go have a talk and then I will leave. If they don't want to give me answers or no one wants to come and speak to me, I will leave. I'm not going to force the issue.
Could not harm to ask.
I'm going the other way.
So who's going? You two?
No.
Alright, just you apparently.
Do you want anyone to accompany you?
If someone wishes to come, they can come. I will not force it. My interest is my own.
I think I will find a place to lay my head that is a bit more comfortable than the carts we've been in for the last several weeks. Travel has wearied me.
What's wrong with the car?
Oh, nothing. I just prefer something that doesn't constantly move as I'm trying to sleep for a bit.
I find it kind of therapeutic.
Imperious, can I have some money?
Of course. How much do you need?
About 1,000 gold.
I do not think we have that.
What have we got?
I will bring it up. No, I don't.
Not that much.
I think the party loot might have about 1,000.
No, we need to just raid a tomb or someone's house again, yeah?
Yeah, you guys actually spend a lot of money, haven't you?
Yeah, we're quite low.
We've got lots of things to sell. I can give you a list of them. I'm
Actually-
not sure what they're worth, but I can give you a list. You're just not selling them. Oh,
Only dangerous things.
Yeah,
I'm going
there
to.
is.
the first item, the one that I kept.
Mm-hmm.
It's a snake figure with mithril in it.
But is it the
Peace
right?
offering.
Is it the right type of snake, or is it an insulting snake?
It might help if I load the right character.
At that point, I bring out the snake figurine and look at what type of snake it is.
It's hard to tell. Kind of like it's got maybe a bit of a diamond pattern, the way that the mithril sort of like crisscrosses over each other as it goes down the body of the snake.
I would assume that if the Svarts had it, they must have stolen it from somewhere nearby.
The party has 1,190 gold left.
This is helpful to me.
Anyway,
Yeah, we're almost broke. We need more money.
I
That
was
is
going.
not almost broke.
For us, it's almost broke.
That is live comfortably for a year.
I was
More
going.
than a year.
I was
A
going.
whole group of us.
I was.
29,000 silver.
I was.
Go on.
I was going to head to the thieves area that we saw coming in and see if there's anything different in a black market from the Yanti than here, than say Muslim or elsewhere that we can't
Might
get.
be an idea. If you find anything of interest,
Well, that's
Come
why I
in.
was asking for gold, just to see if there is, I'll get it. If there's not, I won't bother and I'll bring the money back.
1,000 gold.
They might have 1,000 gold worth of something cool.
I will accompany you.
Sounds good.
I could give you
I was going to
1,000
say,
silver.
1,000 gold in pouches probably is very obvious, but you got a bag holding, don't you?
I've got the bag.
Oh, you got a bag holding.
I could give you 1,000 silver.
Yes.
Which ones did I?
I ain't gonna go along as he's Patsy.
Alright, so you two are heading down to the lower district to have a bit of a chat with some people down there. You're heading to the religious district.
the bear made of limestone and tin.
Christian,
Yes.
you're heading to...
I will be heading to the religious district
Alright,
if
so
anyone
what
wants to
do
follow.
you three want to do in response to them going off doing their thing?
Is there a bank? I'd like to change my 8,000 silver.
Silver frame.
There is not a bank.
shark.
That's right.
That is unfortunate.
And if there was, you would probably get absolutely fleeced on conversion fees.
That's true.
I'm going to go over to the inn that was raided and try to get a room.
Alright, cool. Not terribly hard to do. Yeah. Do you want a good room or a bad room?
A comfortable room.
Comfortable room.
A non-rated room.
Non-rated room. Yeah, that's not too hard to get.
Actually, if there's a raided room, it's fine because I'll search for.
Clues.
Alright, how about roll me a d6? Actually, right, so hang on. What you probably see as you go in is like a desk out the front, something like that. One of the aunties sort of just there. He's got like he's almost no nose. It's almost like it's cut off type thing. Like, yeah, and lots of blotchy skin around sort of that facial area and stuff like that. And he's like, "Oh, welcome. Come to have a room for the night."
Yes, I'm newly arrived in the city.
What type of room would you like? Would you comfortable, opulent, or you were not well off and like wanted the common room?
Something comfortable with a window.
Something comfortable with a window. All right.
A view across the square.
A view across the square. Right. Unfortunately, we do not have something comfortable with a view across the square. From the previous thing that happened, it needs to be cleaned. But if you're willing to pay the money, then you could have one. But perhaps one of the more opulent sort of ones up the top.
How much are they?
It will cost you 5 silver for the night.
5 silver. That's nothing.
I'll pay for 2 nights.
Yep, alright, so you chuck him a gold piece and pay for 2 nights. The room has room for you, yourself, and one other. There's another bed in there if you require it.
Thank you for your.
Alright, what are you two doing?
The square just has merchants and stuff in it.
Yeah, not shops per se like you used to, but there are merchants from the foreigners.
So it's
who
not a
are-
market, it's
No.
just a merchant.
No.
area.
I'm gonna peruse the merchandise. The market.
That's what we're trying to get at, Alice. There is no actual market.
This is where merchants come to talk about trade
business
deals
and exchange of
So
things.
it's kind of like the CBD with a lot of hotels around.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is there any like coffee stands?
There would probably be something like that. So there might be like little small sort of food stands here and there, sort of like tucked away down alleyways and stuff.
Would you like
that.
to drink coffee?
In this place, dragon
Sure.
noodle soup could mean something entirely different.
Amber's kind of just like taking it all in. It's weird and strange,
is
and she's
very
like
weird.
a fucking tourist on a high.
As I said, when you
Antoine's her babysitter.
when you
You
were
were like,
when
we're
you
going
were
to do the same thing in Dwarven Town.
Alice, when you're actually heading up towards the tavern initially, when you were looking down like the slums district and the foreigners quarters, there was more of a market area in that, but not like an official market per se. There
More
were
like a
small
little shanty
shops.
market,
Yeah,
yeah.
little shanty
Street
market,
hawkers
street hawkers, all that type of stuff. There's probably more prolific in those areas. Where this is about, like, you can see obviously there are people here who have that air about them of being merchants, but they all gather here to talk about their big trades as opposed to just doing little sort of shops here and there type thing.
Right.
Come with me and I shall introduce you to some of the local culture.
Sounds scary. Let's do it.
Alright, so which area you guys want to go to for this?
Just, I'm sure there's a cafe somewhere in this.
And this is the immediate area?
Yeah.
Sure, no worries, we can do that. Actually, it's probably even just right in front of the tavern, just right there.
Well, you
so-
said the tavern's pretty much a complex, right?
Yeah, it is pretty much, yeah.
I really, really want to try some of their food. It looks weird and fascinating.
A whole heap of food was given to your table.
So we
You're
have
not
the
paying
whole-
attention.
I was paying attention, but Amber didn't eat any.
Okay, that's fine.
She was not convinced that that place was not haunted.
Okay.
She doesn't know he can cast an invisible mage hand.
I haven't done that before.
She just saw the
She just saw the cup she threw away. Come back to the table.
Okay,
She's like,
okay,
excuse me, no.
Arcane trickster.
Arcane Trickster, yeah.
You've got lots of new toys, magical tricks to play with.
Yeah, she doesn't know, so she thinks the place is haunted. She ain't touching
Right.
nothing there.
So in that case,
You're
then
going to
what-
think a lot more places are haunted from now on.
Yeah, but you know what? She fucking hates, like,
Ghosts.
the supernatural stuff. She's super superstitious, so...
Super anti-natural.
Alright, so you
Yep.
two are basically gathering at like at the front of the tavern, stuff like that, to sort of look at one of the stores that have like, you know, broths and stuff like that of different sort of vegetables.
Oh, you want to
mussels,
try
and
the
all type of
food? Well, I
jazz.
had some at the table, but you weren't paying attention. And
What? No.
you try this.
The place was haunted.
This tastes really nice. Don't ask what it is, because I don't know.
I never ask what it is.
That was a bowl.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Or whatever it is.
Yeah, there's a mixture of things. Like there is a bit of a broth sort of sauce
This is a bread.
sort of thing about.
Oh, okay.
This is a stew.
Soup, sorry, type thing, as well as
Miso
like
soup.
more harder, yeah. And it's like also some like more chunky bits and
Noodles?
stuff like that that you can.
Things?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, a mixture of things you've never seen before.
No beard.
Is that all
that
you
one
guys-
later.
Is that all you guys doing? Basically, just getting some food and
Yeah,
enjoying
basically.
the sights.
She's
Killing time.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, then we'll jump over to Christian as he heads up towards the
Oh,
religious
it's
district.
good,
Now,
yeah.
you can basically essentially just head around the side of the tavern and head up one of the two routes, either side of the tavern up to the religious district. And of course, you see like a stairwells that are heading up into an area. And there's like two Yuan-Ti sort of guard, pure blood sort of guards,
Yeah.
stationed out at the entrance of all of the entrances that you can get to.
I'll just walk up to them and greetings, good sirs.
Greetings. This is a place that is restricted for your kind. What do you want?
I was just wondering if any of your priests would be able to come and talk to me, so I don't want to intrude. I just want to ask a couple of questions about the gods that you follow.
Roll a persuasion roll.
What do we got? Oh, not too bad. It's a 24.
Fuck. What did you roll?
19.
I rolled a natural 20.
Oh.
As guards, they don't really have that much in the vicinity of
It's
that
a
area.
wisdom
Use the magic words. I would like to learn the magnificence of your religion.
Basically.
There's this brief pause, this uncomfortable silence as he kind of like looks at you intently. Wetia.
Thank you.
And he quickly turns around. There's still another guard there, of course. You're not left alone. He turns around, just goes 30 feet into the area, and there's like already immediately a building right there in front of it. And you can see the buildings in this area where you've seen the opulence of the snakes and all that type of stuff, what you've seen at the entrance. Here is even more. There is symbols with, there's two snake heads sort of going against each other, but there's a mixture of things. There's like benches that are shaped in snakes along the courtyards here. The paved stones have almost been purposely cut to represent that V-shaped sort of scales as they sort of go along, and even the roads themselves are shaped in such a way they look like snakes winding through the streets in this area. And they have just gone nuts with the symbology of a snake, either in a mixture of a pure snake or in a half-breed and half-sort. As you were looking over in this area, as he's gone off and done this thing, you see more of the more snake-like creatures. Like you see some with snake heads, some of them with an actual snake arm, holding a weapon type thing, or holding a book or something like that. You see some of them with just a snake tail and upper part of the body as they slither through the streets in this area, as well as the more sort of pure blood Yuan-Tis in the area as well. What you also see is that you there for like the briefest moments, and suddenly there's like a small procession of about 6 of the pure bloods coming up the stairs, and they kind of like see you and pause for the briefest of moments, but the guard basically just like
as I see them coming, I'll step away from the stair and just sort of like bow my head as I allow them through.
And they basically go into another building somewhere. And by the time this has all happened, that guy has now come out, and there's another pure blood sort of just comes out behind him as well. And he sees you, and he comes up to you and goes, I've been told you want to talk to me about our religion.
Yes, I'm studying and travelling to find out about religions of the world. And I was wondering if you would have a bit of time to talk to me about yours.
You are not allowed in our district for the religious. You are not.
I understand that completely, but if I could treat you to some tea at the tavern?
Alright, I will come to the tavern. And he steps in beside you, and essentially, and you guys start heading back towards the tavern and having a bit of a chat.
So what, which god is it that you follow here, or gods, if you don't mind me asking?
The main god that we follow here, as I look it up, Meshok.
Yes, I've studied a little bit about him, but you can only learn so much from books, and sometimes you need a bit of word from the followers to get a better understanding.
That is very true.
Especially when it comes to human books, because they do not bathe most gods that aren't their own in a very good light.
What would you like to know? Any specifics?
What is your god's belief on other people? Do you have a god of death?
Meshok, in our domain, covers pretty much the entire pantheon of what we believe. He is the giver and the taker, the destroyer and the creator. Mostly destroyer. In the eyes of the Yuan-Ti and Meshok, most of the other races are considered lesser, slaves, whatever you want to call it. And inherently, when it comes to most Yuan-Ti, we believe in subjugation and slavery of the other races, for they are inferior below the god of snakes.
But you welcome people into your city here without too much trouble?
And that is why it is mostly that is the way it works. Here, there was a time of turmoil where the decisions to move forward as a culture came about, and there were calmer minds who dictated that we perhaps should lessen our ways and open them up more. Thus, it was a decision to make to open up the tunnel to the Dwarven tunnels, to the Dwarven highway, and in doing so, allowing them access to our gains and their gains to us as well.
The sharing of cultures and proper trade can help a lot of civilizations advance very quickly.
And some of the people here have benefited greatly from the open trade. It is for that reason that they are very strong in their belief in continuing on this. It goes against the religion, but at the same time, the benefits of it outweigh what the religion is. But by potence, whatever you want to call it, we continue on with this practice for the purposes of our God. And as you talk to him, the way you talk to him is...
I was going to say, does my passive insight of 19
Yes,
get me anything?
your passive insight definitely is like... You think you might actually be saying a bit too much.
So it's abnormal for him to have shared this much with someone that's an outsider.
Yes.
So has opening the routes caused any problems within your city?
There are always problems with these things. There's no such thing as a smooth transition.
There is not. But while we were here before, we watched one of your a group of your soldiers come in and drag out some more Yuan-ti and take them away. And there was word of a mongoose, I believe was the word they used.
As soon as you say that, your passive perception kicks in. It is so slight that no one would have seen it, but it's like this sort of like twitch in the eye at that word being said.
And as I entered, I saw a picture posted on one of the pillars. What does that have to do with anything?
The mongoose is just someone with delusions of grandeur.
Oh, a lot of people have it.
I'm sure that the Kongchi will look after that and deal with the problem.
The Kongchi?
The Kongchi, yeah.
What are they? They're your ruling class, or?
They are one of the political factions amongst the group of Yuan-ti. They look after most of the guard/policing in the city. And they utilize the mongoose as a means to garner more favor and power to police the place.
It's been done before in human cities as well, so it's understandable.
It is.
I imagine I'd just continue talking and learning as much as I can about Mashuk as I can, and then ask if they have like lesser gods of anything else that...
Yeah, there's probably like a few odd sort of little bit of history and stuff like that of other gods and so on and so forth.
So I imagine just so you can move on to...
There's an element in the conversation where Mashok basically, if another lesser god sort of started getting worshipped by a group of people, that he would basically make sure that they were disappeared under certain circumstances.
Does the god would do that, or the followers of the god would do that?
Yes.
Yes. One other question I'd ask is, do you converse with your god on a regular basis?
Of course we do.
Have you noticed any difference in their replies or their actions recently?
Our God is powerful, there is nothing wrong. And he's lying through his teeth.
I've it's why I'm studying the gods myself, is that I myself have had trouble conversing with my god. He doesn't speak to me like he used to, and I've been traveling around and talking to followers of other gods to see if it's the same, and I've talked to a few, and a lot of the gods have stopped talking the way they used to.
As you ask that question, he kind of looks out across the courtyard, sort of like looks up at the sun. I must apologize, I do have business to attend to. I have to go, I'm sorry. And then he almost quickly just gets up and just scarpers and starts going downstairs and going, almost doesn't, just completely ignore, he brushes you off and stuff like that. Can you roll a perception roll?
That is a 13, 15, 14.
You don't notice the secret police following him.
It's 14.
As you do that, you notice he's left something behind on the chair that he was sitting on. Folded a bit of paper.
I'll open it up. It's a mongoose, isn't it?
It's a mongoose, yes. As you guys head down towards the slums district or the foreign quarter, which one do you want to go to?
Which one are we headed to?
Which one had the most of the Thieves Guild signs?
The foreign court had most of the Thieves Guild signs because it's like most of the gangs representing the different races that are sort of holed up here.
Probably there then.
Okay, so you head down to that district.
What appearance should I go for?
Something like this.
And I shift roughly, I don't know, humanoid, but snake eyes. My regular tail has changed to a snake's tail.
Yep.
Scales up my arms, and probably keep the claws.
Yep.
I will also disguise self as something similar.
You're doing disguise self as well. Were you going with them? No, you weren't. That's right. Okay, so you two. All right. As you guys walk down, and you walk down the main center area first, then you get to that district, and then you head off into the thing as just pick a race, and you'll see a group of them, and the sign's kind of like telling you there's almost a gang for every race.
Yeah. All right. I'll walk straight into Yuan-Ti area and just.
All right, cool. Yep, you go straight towards a Yuan-Ti sort of gang sort of space and whatnot. They seem to be controlling most of the main corridor here. So
I figured they'd probably be mostly in control.
And yeah, so there's just like a group of them, and you can see like there's 4 of them out the front of one of the big tall buildings. Like this one is probably 8 stories tall from what you can gather. And they're just sitting around. There's like one small little market there that's like they're brothing up something under a fire or something like that with a bit of a cauldron type thing, and dishing out sort of food here and there into a bowl. People are like throwing out copper and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm basically going to just pull Imperius along and just start talking shit. Gee, it would be really nice if we could buy some food or something around here, something with a certain delicate taste, you know, some illicit wares or shit. And that's all in like under, obviously that's can't. But like the can't is just...
No one's very perceptive there, apparently.
Roll a 1 to see if they hear you.
Yeah, I would figure that obviously if I've said that, it would be pretty obvious that we're buying and therefore have a lot of money walking in looking like Yuan-Ti. So
it's more of a case of I'm assuming at this stage it's like a little bit generic, and they just haven't heard you. And it's pretty obvious. Like it's like they fucking didn't even hear us. You know.
I'm trying to work out if Imperius would be wise enough to catch on. Yeah, he probably would. He'll play along with it.
Yeah, and I just start speaking increasing gibberish while pulling you around, and I'm just going to walk around until someone goes, hey, yeah, I've got shit to sell.
Alright, eventually someone will. That's not really too much of an issue. You are walking along the streets, and you sort of go past the main group of Yuan-Ti and decide to sort of go a bit further because they're not responding for some reason. So you move a bit further in, and then you see 2 dragonborn out in front of another one of the tall buildings somewhere, and like one of them's intently looking at you, just like following me as you're sort of like walking by, and you notice that, and he notices you've noticed type thing. And there's this like you say the same words again, and it's like just a quick raise of the eyebrow.
Okay.
Very subtle. Try and be very subtle, but it's pretty obvious.
Dragonborn don't really have eyebrows, so...
Oh wait, this is my friend. I can't remember his name. I'm sorry. You remind me of him. Are you him?
Griglogi.
Griglogi. Yes, it is you. I'm Oddclaw. Come in.
Oddclaw, it's been a long time.
Long time.
And I'm just gonna like quickly just motion here. Question query.
Come in.
Alright, yeah, cool.
Would you like to eat? Would you like some food?
Imperious, meet my friend. Yes, we would like some food.
It basically just like brings you into like a side room in the lower floor or something. Just wait here, my friend. We'll be back.
Are you still disguised as?
Still Yanti, yeah.
Probably 10 minutes passes by and you see a different Dragonborn come in. This one's a bit more stoic in the way he's sort of doing it. So, I hear you're looking for some food.
Food, of course. Now, excuse me, this may seem rude. I assure you it's just for my protection.
And I drop the disguise self.
And you turn into a tabaxi. Like,
I mean, like, you know, we're kinda in bad area.
if you wanted food, why don't you go talk to your own kind?
Well, my own kind don't talk to me much either. Anyway, I'm happy to buy. I'm looking for exotics.
What do you need it to do?
Depends what you've got.
What do you need it to do?
High-end weaponry.
You have to be a bit more specific than that, but what are you looking for?
Specifically anything that can be made for, say, black market spells, spell books for warlocks, alchemy supplies, high-grade magical equipment, anything that passes through this area of the world that you might know about. Just adventuring kit that's powerful. Or useful.
Depends on what you want, what I can get my hands on. You see, I don't have restrictions of what I can get. What I do have is how long it takes to get them.
That's fair. Do you have stock at the moment?
I have a little bit of here and there. Mostly potions on hand.
Should we browse? I'm interested.
He comes out, basically like a little trolley or something like that. One of the other Dragonborn come out. I have a few specialties that I like to do for my boys. So the ones that I've got here, of course, you always need these. I've always got healing potions. Not illegal in any particular way.
Just useful to have.
Exactly.
I think we're okay on that.
What I also do have is 2 of these to brew up a special sort of concoction. These ones are potions of dragon's breath.
Now that's interesting. Could we do it then? Tell you what, do you brew?
Hey,
How much for the recipe and the potion?
the recipe. It's a family secret given to me by my great mama.
That may be the case, but unfortunately I won't be out of town and we probably won't be coming back. What I can do is, let's say if I make a few of them and sell them, I'll send you half the cut back. We have a skilled alchemist.
I understand what you're trying to do, but I barely know you.
What is it between friends? I mean, come on. I'm not going to stiff you. I need supplies, and we're probably
You
not going to be
haven't
here
been
long.
here long enough.
No, but we won't be here much longer either.
I will sell you these potions for 250 gold each.
What's your thoughts?
But the actual creation of them requires you to be probably a bit of a dragonborn.
Do you know? No? Unfortunately,
I
he's...
still look like a Yuan-Ti,
Yeah.
but I don't know how to talk like a Yuan-Ti, so I ain't talking.
So you're just there going,
Yeah, pretty much acting like.
I bow very deeply and I say,
Unfortunately, my master says no. But I thank you for your time.
I have something else you may want.
Oh? Are you interested? Please.
These are 100 gold pieces each. Don't ask any questions, but I reckon if I know you people, and I know you're not from around here, 100 gold pieces, and I have these potions of water breathing.
Interested, sir? Shall I pay for you?
Pull out the money.
There's 3 of them, 300 gold.
I bow very deeply as I bow to him. How much gold have you given me? Because you can decide how many. I've got to play along with him.
Let's get 2 of them. Just
Yep.
in case.
2. Thank you.
You pass over the gold. He passes over 2 potions.
Thank you. You said there are tabaxis here who might be more interested in selling to him if I am the speaker.
Not to him, but to you.
Whereabouts?
He basically points down to like 3 more buildings down or something like that.
Okay. I bow very deeply again and say,
Thank you very much.
Is it the building where all the pillars are scratched?
Yes.
yeah, I just imagine walking by and there's just the smell of roast beef on the air.
Yeah.
And it's
And
like,
there's-
that is their fucking
Broken
illicit goods.
ceramic on the just below the balcony from the pushing mugs off.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the main illicit supplies they bring in is slabs of pork.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shall we go there or just as a checkout?
You head down to that part of the district and you go to where some other tabaxis positioned. You see the tabaxi that you were seeing up front, there's like about 3 of them or something like that. And they're all got the same, well, they are different in their colourings. They're all sort of the same sort of generic cat sort of tortoise shell sort of colouring with like, you know, the whites, the greys and a little bit of gingers here and there sort of through their sort of skins and stuff like that.
Yeah. As I'm walking past with Imperius, I go,
You see, sir, you're lucky you have scales. Sometimes I get fleas that are just an itch to scratch.
and by fleas, I'm putting under people to kill. Itch to scratches, need something.
And then you're walking by like...
And I'm completely oblivious.
Oblivious, yeah.
So I'm just like,
you're just like...
fair enough, yeah, it makes sense.
You're just thinking, I should get Oddclaw some ointment.
Most of the tabaxi, I shouldn't call it cat. Most of the tabaxi here are not really paying all that much attention to you in the sense that they're not coming up to you, just keeping an eye on you as like they're playing with a bit of twine.
Give me 2 seconds and I'll be right
Doing a cat's cradle, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, maybe drop the ante for this one.
Just drop the
Discuss
disguise.
this, guys. Like as soon as that happens, you're like, what is it?
I start moving over to them and go,
Ella, sorry, we've got that all. Oh, shit.
Oh fuck, you know what? Never mind.
You found the home of the cat version of Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yes.
Welcome to my humble abode.
I grin slightly and pull out some jerky and toss it to her. 'Cause I assume
Yep. She like jumps up in the air, catches it in her mouth.
it's an incredibly...
Rare thing around here.
Can
Actual
you
meat.
please
Yeah.
say that you've got yourself a pet human? I got myself a pet monkey. He's fine.
How can I help you, boy?
I'm looking for, can I come in?
Of course, come in.
I'm just walking.
He come too?
Who is this gentleman? Who are you?
He's a friend of mine and a friend of yours. By proxy, I assume I'm a friend of
So
yours.
we go
aren't I?
with no names.
For the moment.
Alright. Well, come in. Talk. I haven't seen another one of my kind for a while.
That's interesting. There's quite a few of you around here. I'm surprised to
We've
see
been
someone.
here a while. We're a sort of a group family, if you know what I mean. It's my youngest daughter and my youngest son.
I just nod at each of them.
It's interesting. I haven't seen tabaxis in a long time.
Not a very common sort of occurrence in the world.
No. My father is Gaston in the Imperial City. Maybe you've heard of him?
I think I have. It's been a while, though. I thought he maybe got ousted by their sort of xenophobic nature. I'm surprised he's still there.
Hence, I'm sort of here to get supplies to make sure he's safe.
What are you looking for?
Anything useful for a gang of maybe 6 to 7 people who could be going and doing some wet work or dirty things.
Do you have anything in mind?
Imperius, is there something in particular we need?
I'm not too sure, to be perfectly honest. You are more inclined along this line. We will be looking for someone, and possibly needing to question them forcibly.
As soon as you say that, you've got a pretty good passive insight, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, no.
No, you don't? That's right.
I can say that's a wisdom thing, so.
Oh, no, I do. Passive +5. I forgot I was proficient.
Yeah.
I was
Suddenly,
gonna say, I've also got a
as soon as you said that, it's like you said the wrong thing, and they go immediately arc back defensive, so like even the hairs, hackles sort of raise up a little bit.
It's alright. He means that there's someone I think who's affected my father that we're looking for.
Do a persuasion check.
I have a passive insight of 16.
Persuasion of 23.
Nice. Like, this is briefest of pause, like the demeanour that she's brought forward, which has been very friendly, so I changed a little bit. You have not been here long, have you?
No, we don't intend to stay much longer either. Hopefully, at least. I'm just here to look after my people and my
When
friends.
someone asks a question like that, it's usually followed by a group of soldiers coming into our complex.
I assure you that's not the case at all.
She like looks at the two tabaxis sort of like at the front type thing.
You saw...
Like knocks on the wall type thing, and they look back. She gives them a look, and they sort of like, you know, somewhat pull out weapons, but without sort of
Yeah,
showing
just showing them. I sit on the ground cross-legged and say,
Say, Imperius, what do you suppose the fines are for, well, you know, imprisonment, crimes, punishment for impersonating Yuan Ti?
I would imagine they're quite high, actually.
Probably death sentence, right?
Kind of goes slightly white at that because he realizes he's just been doing it.
Yes.
I raise an eyebrow at her and go,
We're not friends of them either.
Then who are you friends of?
Friends of mainly ourselves. Look.
Go to Javaris.
As I said,
The saviour of Aris.
as I said, you've heard my father
He's got good PR
Gaston,
people.
right? Oscar Gaston, I'm his son, right? We're here because I want to make sure he's okay.
She studies you like, just looking at you intently.
I
Trying to
want
sort of figure out if you are telling the truth or not.
it's sort of twisted. All of it's half lies.
Yeah.
Like, he wants to know how his father's doing, but at the same time, he's actually just here for shit.
No, I think she an inkling. It's probably not an absolute truth, but an inkling.
Look, do you know how he's actually doing, and can you get messages to him?
That is not terribly difficult to do, but it will take time. I don't have the resources to transport a message per se.
That's alright, I was just hoping to get advance word. We're headed that way anyway. But in the meantime, trust me, I have no fucking... I want to get out of this city soon, so you won't see the soldiers from me. I'm just after supplies.
Then what supplies do you want? Because there is access to a lot of different things. And it all depends on what you want immediately or in long term.
Mainly immediates. Potions, weapons, armor, knowledge, if you have it.
What knowledge do you want?
Is there anyone in particular that we should be avoiding the fuck out of in this city before we go?
It depends on what you want to do. I would avoid anyone who, well, is more than a human snake.
We are not trying to cause trouble. We are trying to simply move on our way, but pick up supplies along the way. We tend to head to the Imperial City post-haste.
Spin up violin.
What'd they say?
The cricket, they can all hear the cricket sound. How's the bard making those cricket sounds? It's a sped up violin.
Be interesting on the hurdy-gurdy, but I believe it would be possible.
Yeah, I know. If you want to avoid anyone and you're not here for long and you want to just essentially avoid everything of this city,
Just the main 5 people who are power players.
then the power players. First and foremost, if you are definitely not part of this, then avoid anything to do with the mongoose.
Noted. Why?
It's a 50-50 chance they succeed or fail. If they fail, then a lot of people will be killed and slaughtered and sacrificed to their god.
Right. So what are they doing it for anyway? Standard shit. Racism.
In a roundabout way, yes. You see, the pure bloods themselves are treated like shit by the ones up above them. And it goes further and further on that. The more snake-like you are, the more you are prestige within the city. And of course, the ones that only have the slightest ability of a snake are considered the worst downcast of their kind. And the mongoose, from what we believe, is one of the purebloods and wants to shake things up here.
That makes more sense now. Okay, thank
If you
you.
want to avoid other things, I'll give you these bits of information that will be very helpful for you. There is 3, well, technically 4 factions, one of them being the mongoose, the resistance. But the other 3
Wait.
factions...
Hold on a second. That price was valued 10 gold for that information. We should pay it. 10 gold, please.
I pass it to her and go,
Please, continue. I pay for what we come for.
Appreciate it. In that case, then, one of the factions, they're called Chendo.
Jindo.
They are one of the strongest factions here, influential, but they do not have the main power, but they are one of the, some would call it the dying faction, because they are the faction who still wants to push everyone out. Kill them all, essentially. And they are still allowed to exist and still strong in the voice of the council of Yuan-Ti here. But they are not the biggest and the most powerfulest. The Mui Feng Shui, should say. You've probably seen them about. They are the police.
Yeah.
They are the militant investigators of the city.
And they're your problem, I take it.
They are everyone's problem. They are more happy to sort of keep things going as they are, but with a bit more of an iron fist.
Right.
And the last political faction, which is the one that is... Oh, sorry, I got these wrong around. Mui Feng Shi is the faction, sorry, I got them mixed up. It's the faction that is the ones that are the largest of them all and probably the most powerful because of the voices, not because of
Individual talent.
Exactly. But they are the ones that pushed forward to the opening of the Yuan-Ti to the open world. The Kongqi are the ones who are the totalitarian soldiers and the police of the town.
Okay. Thank you. That's a lot of information, Imperius. Do you think you could tell the others that? Not now, but later. I'm
Yes.
going to forget.
Of course. Of course.
All right.
Beyond that, I don't have much in the way of adventuring gear that would be useful to you unless you would like some sort of drugs.
Drugs are good. What have you got?
Something...
Skooma.
Skooma. I've got some things that will wake you up and some things that will put you to sleep. Not immediately. Not immediately, of course, but up and down.
Give me a look, please.
Pulls out a small little sort of like case and stuff like that. Pulls out like one little sort of dust sort of thing, and then brings out another one, like a white, black, completely opposed to each other. The black one here is, you take this and you will have this for your estate for hours for some people, depending on. I've had dwarves take this stuff and within 30 seconds it's gone. And the
Is
whole
any
effect is
pixie dust? Any pixie dust?
The white one is more of a relaxant, makes you sleep better and sometimes dream interesting dreams.
Do they both have to be drunk? Or on a blade?
But they don't work on a blade the way you think. They are not poisons in that particular sense.
Fair enough.
And they do take some time and they do kind of need to be drunk. But there are a certain few ways that you can hide it and mask it within particular dreams.
Fair
These are not fast acting though, just be aware.
No, that's alright. How much are they?
These are a gold piece each.
Imperious?
Might as well try him.
Yeah.
What do you want?
If they're a gold piece each, I'll just say,
Yeah, let's get both.
I have more than just these two.
What else have you got?
I mean, more of these.
How many doses of
Get
each do you want?
5 doses each.
yeah,
Let's go for it.
So you head over 10 gold and get 5 of each.
yep. So
Oh,
one,
next session
one
is
is
going to be really interesting.
so one's basically a narcotic and the other's a muscle relaxant.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Muscle reluctant with a little bit of a
Sleeping potion.
as well as a what's the terminology I'm trying to think of? You see visions and stuff.
Ooh.
Psychedelic, that's the word. Thank you.
Ooh.
Psychotropic, probably, yeah.
If now that she's told me that, has she told me that?
But that's
Yeah, she did.
what she's implying.
Is she?
But it only happens when you sleep, so it's like your dreams are a bit more trippy, a bit more.
For those dreams, are they more prophetic?
Some say they have been, yes. I think it's part of the reason why a lot of people do like this one. It gives them a feeling of importance, I guess, once they've woken up from the night of sleep.
Could help with narrowing down Amber's dreams.
Potentially, yes.
I mean, she should probably check it's safe first.
She basically, 5 of each, so 5 of the black, 5 of the white, so you write them down to see how you got them.
Yep.
Oh, have you written the potions down? Yeah, cool.
Awesome. Alright then. I should probably go now, but thank you for the information. As an aside, I'm Oddclaw and this is Imperious.
Welcome, Oddclaw. Welcome, Imperious. I am Bethella.
Bethella. Apologies on being more cautious with the name. I just wanted to check where you stood first too, as I imagine you did.
What comes around goes round, my friends.
Of course, caution. If you need something, I don't see many tabaxi here, which concerns me. But I'll be around the city for a while. Not too long, but
Couple of days.
about that.
If I require something of you from your talents, I don't know you very well, but I have an inkling of what you can and cannot do.
I'm a forger, a thief. I'm not bad at
And basically just start listing off accomplishments of what I do.
him. No skills in our field, but he can make a room explode.
I mean, I did build a crossbow as well.
Oh, and that. Isn't that sweet?
And I'm like actually pulling it out and like handing it over and playing with it like cat with me.
You probably guys have like a little bit of a sort of just general sort of conversation about what your skills are and stuff like that. Have a look at your crossbow and all that type of stuff, and it's just a general conversation
There's
as we
more of us as well. We've got a few.
How many of you are there?
6. Well, there was 7, but 1 isn't here.
Interesting. And yeah, you guys basically just have a little bit more of a conversation before you decide to head off. You all decide to meet back at the Tabernation after you've done what you've done.
Yep.
I'm basically sitting there at the tavern with a fresh pot of tea, and I'm sort of like fiddling with the paper and trying to decide whether or not to burn this one as well. Unfolded, is there anything different about this, or it's just
It's just another drawing. It's
one-
like they're not copies in
Yeah.
any way. There's like someone's just hand drawn it as best as they can, and each one is individually in that particular sense. But this tried to replicate this exact same mongoose sort of look.
Upon seeing that it's the same, I'd probably, as I see them walk up, I'd sort of like just have it folded as a square and just place it on top of a candle again.
Oh, have we arrived back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna see you guys all roughly sort of by. You guys are probably still down in the courtyard, sort of just tasting some of the wares in the area and stuff like that. When you see these two rock up, essentially,
I spent a little.
You come out of the hotel after you booked your room and so on and so forth.
I spent a little bit of money. Probably stuff that, well, Imperius let me spend it, but it's probably mostly stuff that Amber wants.
What? Actually, no. Are we back yet?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys didn't travel too far from the courtyard, so you basically see them rocking up into the courtyard.
I have
Heading
like
towards the tavern.
fistfuls of food, and my mouth is all full of food, and I'm chewing. What?
It's probably stuff you want.
And I just like reach into my back pocket.
These dragonfire potions, I'm wondering if you can deconstruct and maybe learn how they're made. I don't know, it's probably... Otherwise, we've just got something useful.
Okay, alright.
I'll give you one and keep one.
Sure.
Is this the water breathing version you talking about? Or
Oh, we bought water breathing ones, not the dragon breath.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Those are the water breathing ones, sorry.
I have one of those.
Well, now you've got to spare the breakdown.
So if you were to ever be in like a vat of beer, you could literally go swimming and get yourself incredibly drunk.
I mean, I could try.
well your lungs would probably
Filled with alcohol.
yeah, but they'd also have a greater exchange than your esophagus or tongue or stomach.
Yeah.
So
I was also gonna say it probably won't work like that because although it is a liquid, it is not water.
It's mostly water.
Alright, guys.
Nah.
Do you want to do anything at the tavern?
Sleep.
What are you doing?
I'm probably not going to do anything at the time.
Daz wants to know how Yin Yang's doing.
Burn that and then sort
He's
of go.
good. He's just under my hat at the moment,
The
Daz.
conversation I had was interesting, but it should not be discussed here.
I have a room at the other inn.
I had a couple of conversations that were useful too.
I think we should share details.
Alright.
You guys head back to the room that you've booked. You guys probably still need to book your own rooms as well, but
Yeah.
a couple of silver pieces here and there. So you really need to dish in for that one.
just
But you all
take off.
head back to Amir's room specifically because he asked you to all come back there so you can talk a bit more in private.
And that was the opulent room, so it should be a bit more
Yeah.
privacy.
Yeah. So you head up to the top of the 7-story building. Stairs, of course, so it takes a bit of time to sort of get up there. And yeah, now
Do
you're
I
in your room.
spider climb on the outside of the building?
Just to show off again. And yeah, you guys start talking about the sort of the different things you've heard of, obviously, to each other.
The long cat, it's the symbol of dissidents, Yanti pureblood.
Yes, I know. Because
Yeah.
the one that I was burning as you walked up was left by the priest that I spoke to.
That could be him. The point is everyone I've spoken to about it has pretty much said, if you're not part of it, keep your nose out of it. They're going to start skinning people soon.
Yes, we don't want to stick around here.
No.
We have no intention to.
Because their god,
He's a little
He's-
brutal.
little is an understatement. He makes Sigma and the Emperor look like children.
That's
They
the...
are.
Well,
Not in their
figuratively.
brutality. But this one is even more
We don't
brutal.
always worship ancient sugar daddies like you do.
Sugar mummy.
She's a queen, darling.
But no, it's fine.
My lift's out,
Yeah.
outside.
Alright,
wait, what?
you guys, it is past 10. I just want to finish off on one particular note. So
True sugar mama is definitely Saloon, goddess of all knowledge.
you guys have your conversation and talk about the information you guys have exchanged. Then you part your ways, go back to your rooms for the night, and you sort of think about what you've heard so far, and then get yourselves to sleep.
Anyone except Amber is welcome to take the other bed. Sorry, you snore too much.
That's fine. I'm staying in the caravan.
I got it.
Before I go to bed, I am going to cast
Doesn't
something
bother Amber.
and ask what he knows about
Good
Mashok.
for a evening and morning exercise. She's got to do something while we're
Can you cast
lazing
what, sorry?
about getting fat.
Sending.
Yep.
to Calimbor and ask him, Calimbor, Lord of Death, if you don't mind me intruding, do you know anything about the god named Mashok?
And do you want me to fuck you up?
You don't get a response.
I figured. Just thought I'd do it.
Alright, one more thing. Why do you have to be difficult, Ian?
What?
Is she the only one not arrested in the middle of the night?
No. It's not that. It's nothing to do with that. It's like, are you getting a room, Nick?
Yeah, because there's only 5 silvers.
Yeah.
I'm
You
pretty broke. Like, she's just gonna
got a
stay
whole
up.
party. You got 1,000 gold in your.
Amber doesn't-
I've got 8 pounds in silver.
Yeah.
We've got about 800.
Amber, save yourself the walk. I will pay for your own room.
But
Just
she
stay in my
doesn't-
room. Stay in my room.
I didn't say anything about money to you guys.
The little
I
one
said
that
it to the
stayed in.
dungeon master.
I quickly just flick in the air and go,
I'm sorry, I've been spending a bit. Are we short on money?
I didn't say anything about money.
Leave it.
That was to Tim, not
Alright,
to
so
us.
Amber decides for the night to basically start walking up to the carts where the rest of you guys have all.
She goes and sleeps in the cart.
Amber, where are you going?
Well, I'm gonna go sleep in my bed.
Why don't we stay here rather than walking all the way back up?
Well, I like my
Safety in numbers and all that.
She thinks it's good exercise.
I like
She
my
doesn't want to
bed.
get fat.
We like having your protection.
Oh, well, I didn't know you thought so highly of me.
Of course.
Oh, well,
You are a valued member of this group.
Oh.
And on top of that, he has to fit you through that table helmet.
Oh, yes. All right. Can we share a room so that we can do that?
I hate you. In message. I'm going to pay you back for that.
She could just stay with me if it's a problem for you.
No. It's
You can stay with us. We can get a room with the 3 beds. Can
I've
we?
already got the room.
Oh.
It's got 2 beds.
I will fit you for the helmet. Yes, I will need to take measurements.
Right, yes.
And just walk out of the room completely staring daggers at you the whole time. Just
Alright, as you guys all fall asleep, before we do this, are you going to tell her about the drugs you got? The one that especially gives you hallucinations when you're asleep.
not yet, because I didn't get around to it.
Okay, cool. No,
Would you mention that in our little debrief thing?
Yeah.
Or while we're heading up to
I mean-
bed, would you mention it?
I think we've got them here. I could always experiment without her knowledge.
More hoping that it would be broken down and used later, but
I'm just asking a question. If you say no, that's
yeah, I'll mention it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we also got this shit, and they do this thing where you dream, and it's like more vivid or some shit. And we got,
And I just like completely move on.
oh, and we got these ones which are like they smell good, something like catnip for humans. I don't know.
Oh, can I smell it?
The catnip. I think you gotta drink it.
And I chuck it to you.
Does it smell of anything?
This smells weird. Slight sort of burn to it, I guess.
That's the narcotic one I've given you.
I'm
Just
pretty sure if this is meant for humans, it's
No, drink. Give it a go. No, don't drink it. Don't drink it. I'm messing with you.
and I quickly cork it.
I will try the other one if it
Actually-
is available.
So what
I
was
am
the other
most
one?
curious about this one. With your dreams, this may help make them more vivid, or
More vivid?
yes,
See-
it might help us with understanding it better.
Do we need to tie it down though?
I'm kind of worried.
I do not think we have ropes capable of holding her. We may need several
Emir
layers.
wanted the other one, didn't he? Fuck it.
We have
And I
more.
toss Amir one of them, toss Amber one of them, and say,
Drink it before you go to bed. She said it may not work on dwarves, but you elves are frail shit.
This looks like what I used in part of my training.
Is it? Should I try it?
The Raven Queen is known for contacting through dreams.
Cool. I'm gonna sleep in your room tonight because I want to see what happens.
And Emma's
It's just
just
a
like,
funny meeting.
well, if I have this, I guess you can observe, Imperious. You're very good at staying up late.
I suppose I will be working on your shield helmet. Yes.
Oh yes, let's fit me up.
Yes.
All right.
She just sits on the floor and presents her head.
I forgot who's holding. Are you holding the potions?
Have you got them recorded?
I've got it written down.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a potion of water breathing, don't I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Extra
All right. So you are past one of the
And I'll write down after the
sleep
potion of water.
dreaming ones. Alice, you've also passed one of the black dreaming ones.
Yeah.
And I assume, are you guys going to actually take it the night before you sleep? Are you going to take it before you sleep? Sorry.
Yeah, might as well. I'll take it when it's appropriate to fit into the game.
That's why I'm asking now. Do you want to or not? Alice, do you want to or not take one?
Amber probably will.
Amber will. Anyone else curious?
I was
I'm
thinking
always
about it, but
curious.
then Amber has asked me to observe what happens.
Fair
So,
enough. You're observing?
because
I'm-
Imperius wants to try and see what's happening with
I
Simone.
said I would observe with
You
Emil,
also
Yeah.
will-
but I have the self-control and impulse control
You probably.
that
You
I
have the
would
self-control
go,
of the cat.
fuck it, there's 3 left, I'm gonna have 2 of them.
Alright, you have to.
I sleep for 8 hours.
Alright,
You
so
sleep
that
for
means
16.
there is one left.
Yes.
No,
also
I'll
gonna have
have
my-
one of them.
Yeah, one
I'll
of
have
them,
one
so
of them. I
there's
was
2 left.
joking.
I'll have my familiar at the end of the bed.
Yeah.
Watching out for me
Yep.
as well.
Yeah, and I'll do the
So my
same.
dreams are always boring. I'd like to try this, but
You want one? You can grab one. Why not?
I do need to experiment with this. It could be quite.
What
Useful.
better way than experimenting with
How about I
5
drink-
test subjects? We
How
can go
about-
back for more. They were cheap.
how about because I'm only half the size, I drink half a potion?
I don't know if it would work that way, but we can always try, I guess.
Alright, so you're having one?
I'm having half
Amber's
one.
having one? Amir is having one.
We're gonna all be
You're
tripping balls.
Alright, anyone else? You're watching? You're paying your
I'm just like, Callum will protect you all. I'm not doing this.
I don't know where to
Amber
put
doesn't
this.
know any better.
A scientist learns best with self-sacrifice.
Alright, so you are the only sober person through this whole night.
Hey, hang on. I've got one for you too.
And I chuck him the narcotic.
This one's a different colour.
No, same thing.
I have a passive insight of 19, motherfucker.
You have detect poison though, like he does.
Yep.
Oh.
I'm also.
If you can neutralize poison, you can use that to kind of like wake us up.
I also would have gone. Did you say that was a narcotic?
Might have.
I just like smile slightly and put it in my back pocket.
Alright. So I can try and finish up the night because we are waiting for your lift. You guys all
No, he's lifted.
take the you guys all take the narcotic, the sleepy
dream potion.
dream juice.
Sleepy go make dreams.
All except for, of course, Volkia, who's not taking any.
Hey man,
In fact,
we see in the Silver City and
in fact, if you've got to go now because this is a good time to
Actually,
continue
a
the
very
dream
good point.
sequence.
That's a very good point.
Now I've got to pack stuff up.
That's true. No,
I was gonna say,
I wanna do this.
also, I do have work tomorrow.
I want to try. This is why I'm trying to do this quickly, guys. So just let me do it. All right. As you guys fall asleep, you guys all actually get almost the identical dream to each other. And part of what happens to you is somewhat of a nightmare, but somewhat sort of representing of the area that you're in. As you are dreaming, and everything goes black and dark and blank. And then in that black, dark inkiness, you see 2 snake eyes sort of like suddenly appear, the orange glow with the black slit across it. And then as you see that, you see the head of a cobra that these are attached to come into your dreams. And of course, in the state that you're in, it's sort of like 3 different sort of colours as it sort of blends in out of each other. And it speaks to you. I am in trouble. I need help. Find the mongoose to help me. I am a shock. Everything is not as it appears. And with that, the snake fades back into the black and disappears from your view.
So anyone who might be passing past Amber's door will hear the mangoose. I don't know. I don't understand what's the mangoose. It's the mangoose. The mangoose. I need to find the mangoose. I don't know what a mangoose is.
Untitled Mangoose game.
Jesus Christ.
And yes, I am going to leave it there. So you've basically.
So it's
had
not a
that
vivid dream. I can't go off. Gee, what else don't I know?
Yeah, I'll
Then he
leave it there.
goes to the special halfling massage parlour.
I want to quickly answer a question that was brought up before. That was brought up by Greenwald. This world that we're in is technically a homebrew, but it's actually based off the original LARP world we were playing in until they changed over to being a Warhammer LARP. So yeah, we've basically been using that.
Killed all our characters.
So a lot of the terminologies that we use, like the Imperials, like Kurahasu and stuff like that, are actually like LARP war bands within the game that we utilise.
If you saw the intermission, the photos there were from the LARP group that we're all part of.
Exactly, yeah. So it's nice little sort of mix in with the LARP stuff that we do as well as the D&D. So nice and cool.
It's an easy way to see stuff, I guess.
Sorry.
It's an easy way to. Where's my bag?
Oh, it makes it easy because we're all of us here from the same LARP. We all know
You're
it. So.
aware of the knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Although it does make it interesting knowing what you know in and out of
Yeah,
character.
that's true. That's true. Yeah. All right. Thank you all for coming along for our little delay.
You realise now that I get this same story from all of these guys, I'm going to be taking that bloody drug next week. You bastard.
Also, my thought is, if Evil God needs Mongoose to help, then we should kill Mongoose so that Evil God does not get help.
No. I want to see his face, because once I see his face, I can, as long as he's on the same realm as me, I can contact him personally and ask him what the fuck's going on.
It's a snake.
I'm of the personal opinion the total other way, that I knew everything that dream told me already, is that situation's fucked up, someone's in trouble. I don't care, it's time to go.
Amber's just confused. What's a mangoose? I need to find the mangoose.
I've already told you like 3 times.
Find the
Still streaming, or is it?
Yeah, we're still streaming.
Yeah.
Then I won't make that joke.
Why does that sentence come from you very often?
Hey guys,
Yes, I won't make the joke then.
Amber guys, I mean viewers. Sorry.
Go fuck.
Do you guys have someone that you want us to stream? No, wait, we promised someone that we'd raid.
Who's this?
We promised we'd raid someone last week.
You wrote it down.
You wrote it down. I remember you writing it down. So stay tuned so that we can raid someone else, so that we can like pass the love through the community.
I'm like really white.
So I'm just going to leave this here.
Hondo?
Huh?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
See if he's available.
Try and find him.
Otherwise, we can just raid his brother again.
No, that's Tuesday night.
That's Tuesday
it's
nights.
Tuesday
He
nights.
does these things on Tuesday nights. Yeah. Let me have a look.
He also finishes at 10 as well. So.
Control
Yeah.
Alt Craft?
Control Alt Craft. Is that what they're saying?
No, it's telling me recommended channel, so I'm guessing that's someone who's online. They're playing Breath of the Wild.
Quando.
No, they're leaving.
I will say goodnight now.
The real question
Fellow
is that can you guys
viewers.
see the D&D Beyond thing overlay popping up at all?
I didn't check
Show on
today.
mobile, does it?
Nope.
Okay, I tried to fix it and it looks like everything should be working, but something's just not going
Wrong.
on.
Something's wrong.
Nope.
Lara 6683. Oh, we already decided we didn't want to
She's just huge.
raid Lara because we wanted to raid the smaller part of the community and help boost people who are
Tiny people.
yeah, smaller, like people that are sort of
You can do it occasionally to go to
Yeah.
a big one, just to.
I mean, yeah, of course. And
You know what? We'll go to
fun.
Lara. I really enjoy her channel. She is absolutely fantastic.
Well, no, I'd like to find a smaller person because they'll really appreciate it. It'll be.
I got lots of small people, but just no tabletop D&D.
I mean, it doesn't have to be. It could be just something interesting.
I think for this one, so we can sort of pack up and get out of here, might as well just go to what is already easily done.
Someone is streaming Blade Warband. I missed them. That game's awesome.
I tried the beta for the
Night
multiplayer
of
for
Person.
Bannerlord, and it looks so much better. The problem is in the beta there wasn't any oceanic servers.
Mm-hmm.
So your ping was ridiculous.
Yes. And when you have to swing at the right distance.
Recommended smaller communities. Have you seen that channel?
But the
No, I haven't actually.
Like,
No, I'm just going to jump into a little bit. We're just going to jump into a raid right now.
it's
And then we'll be out.
Kochi.
All right, I'm actually going to go to Lara just once. Just once.
See you guys next
Highly
week.
recommended.
Or Tuesday. See you guys Tuesday.
We will see you Tuesday. Tuesday.
For our sci-fi jaunt.
I won't see you Tuesday.
Yay! He's not in it. Okay.
All right, I am raiding her channel.
Cool. And don't forget to put us on intermission.